You know about this formation, and old Lee isn't surprised. After all, the fact that Senior Liu Ai left a formation in the heart of Spine Mountain is common knowledge among the cultivators here. It's no secret. Moreover, there's someone guarding the formation every day, just to prevent any immortal slave from sneaking in to destroy it. Upon hearing your request, old Lee thought for a moment and then personally led you there. You successfully entered the heart of Spine Mountain and arrived at the formation left by Senior Liu Ai. In the following days, you constantly observed and pondered over this formation using various formation knowledge. But aside from feeling dizzy, you gained nothing. You realized you were too impatient. With your current formation skills, this formation is like a book written in an unknown language. The principle of formations is to use various basic formation symbols to create different combinations to achieve various effects. You couldn't even see the most basic formation symbols, let alone learn them. You knew it was because your formation skills were too low. The combinations of those symbols were too complex for you to comprehend, so you couldn't see them. So, you had to leave, deciding to return once your formation skills improved. During this time, old Lee followed you closely. You knew it was because the formation left by Senior Liu Ai was too important, and old Lee might not fully trust you yet. In the 17th year, you secluded yourself again, diligently studying formations. For this, you even temporarily gave up cultivating the immortal Tao and martial Tao. The reason was simple. You knew that Senior Liu Ai's formation wouldn't hold until the next descent of heavenly thunder and would collapse. You wanted to fully enhance your formation skills to try and repair this formation. You thought that if you could repair this formation, you could hide inside it when the heavenly thunder descended, thus extending the simulation time. Moreover, you now had the longevity of the Southern Mountain talent, which increased your lifespan by 1,000 years. As long as you could repair this formation, you could cultivate for 1,000 years, and you felt the benefits were immense. In the 23rd year, you successfully set up a mid-grade gathering spirit array, becoming a 4th-grade formation master. At this point, you finally understood that breaking through formations wasn't as easy as you had imagined. After fully digesting the formation Tao Jade Slip, it took you 6 years to advance 1 grade. Old Lee, upon learning this, was even more excited than you. This opened your eyes. The formation symbols you could see alone numbered in the millions. These symbols intertwined, forming various combinations and interweaving with each other. For a moment, you were dazzled, and what you could see was only a part of the formation. There was still a large portion you couldn't make out. You estimated that setting up this formation would require at least 1 billion formation symbols. This was simply unimaginable. 1 billion formation symbols, how many combinations would that entail? Now, as a 6th-grade formation master, the formations you could set up required only tens of thousands of symbols, with just a few hundred combinations. Even so, in old Lee's eyes, you were already an extremely skilled formation master. You couldn't imagine how powerful Senior Liu Ai must have been. Of course, what worried you more was the sealing formation outside the southern regions. If the formation left by Senior Liu Ai used so many symbols, how powerful must the formation sealing the entire southern regions be? Thinking of this, you couldn't help but feel a bit hopeless. Soon, you reminded yourself that this was within the simulation, and you still had time to improve. You calmed your mind and carefully observed the formation symbols you could see, studying their patterns and operational principles. After a day, you had a splitting headache. Clearly, with your current formation skills, you couldn't easily understand the complex patterns of these intertwined symbols. This formation was still too complex for you. You had to leave the place. However, a day's study still benefited you greatly. You learned many different symbol combinations. If you could understand these combinations, your formation skills might improve significantly. In the 41st year, you triggered a random enlightenment, gaining a 10-fold increase in cultivation speed and more active thinking. This enlightenment lasted for 10 months, during which you broke through to a 7th-grade formation master. At this point, your formation skills far surpassed your cultivation level. A 7th-grade formation master, compared to cultivation, could be considered a body integration stage expert. Year 42, You heard from Old Lee that the formation left by Senior Liu Aya showed signs of disturbance. You are now the most skilled formation master on Spine Mountain, so he asked you to check it out. Without hesitation, you immediately went to the location of Liu Aya's formation. In fact, even if Old Lee hadn't sought you out, you were planning to come and take a look. After all, you know that in the 43rd year, Old Lee and the others will venture into the Desert of Death, so the formation must have shown problems this year. This time, you noticed more formation symbols. You continuously observed the formation's operational routes, trying to understand its logic. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and you were already drenched in sweat. Although you are a 7th grade formation master, the grade of this formation is extremely high. Each observation and calculation consumes a lot of your mental energy. But after 3 days of calculations, you finally deciphered the operational logic of one set of formation runes. However, this left you somewhat puzzled. You couldn't understand why a formation that could resist heavenly thunder had runes that seemed to guide rather than defend. Guide. You muttered to yourself repeatedly. Suddenly, a thought struck you. Could it be that this formation doesn't eliminate heavenly thunder but redirects it elsewhere? Then where could the heavenly thunder accumulated over millions of years be redirected? Looking at the formation before you, you exclaimed, "This is bad." The formation is here, so the redirected heavenly thunder must be somewhere on Spine Mountain. But just then, you heard the sound of the formation cracking. Zzz. Arcs of electricity began to appear on the formation's lines. Seeing this, you turned to flee. Boom! The formation exploded. Being at its center, you had no time to escape and were engulfed in a sea of lightning. You struggled desperately, but it was in vain. You died at the age of 60. This simulation has ended. You can choose 2 rewards from this simulation: longevity of the Southern Mountain, talent, cultivation level, cow formation stage 2. Formation Dao Jade Slip, 7th grade formation master, spirit stones, 580,000 pieces. Longevity of the Southern Mountain, talent, price 100 million energy value. Cultivation level, cow formation stage 2, price 200 million energy value. Formation Dao Jade Slip, price 1 billion energy value. 7th grade formation master, price 10 billion energy value. This enhancement was more about memory. Fortunately, the simulator's infusion was gentle, unlike the headache-inducing deep simulation of the formation Dao Jade Slip. At the same time, the simulator's voice sounded again. Ding! The host's storage space is insufficient to hold all the spirit stones. The host can choose to spend 1 billion energy value to expand it by 100 times. Expand. Jiang Yifeng didn't hesitate. Although his energy value was running low, he couldn't leave the spirit stones out in the open. That would be too conspicuous and not in line with his cautious nature. Ding! Storage ring expansion successful. Your purchased spirit stones have been placed in the storage ring. Jiang Yifeng checked his storage ring. Externally, it looked the same, but the internal space had expanded significantly. Originally only 50 cubic meters, about the size of a room. Now it had expanded 100 times to 5,000 cubic meters. In terms of floor area, it was as large as a football field. Inside the storage ring, a small mountain of spirit stones was piled on one side. Seeing this, Jiang Yifeng couldn't help but smile. But thinking about the tens of billions of energy value spent on these spirit stones, he felt a bit of heartache. Looking at the remaining 3 billion energy value, Jiang Yifeng pondered whether he should have Jiang Defu start purchasing gold, silver, and jewels again. Forget it. Let's wait a bit longer. Jiang Yifeng muttered to himself. He remembered that his previous purchases of gold, silver, and jewels had caused a cash flow problem for the Jiang clan firm. And it had only been less than 2 months since then. He wasn't sure if the Jiang clan firm had recovered. Starting to purchase gold, silver, and jewels now would be too hasty. Moreover, with over 3 billion energy value left, he felt he could still simulate a few more times as long as he didn't exchange for a large number of spirit stones. With everything settled, Jiang Yifeng didn't immediately go to the pleasure house to listen to music. His mind was too cluttered with knowledge. He felt he needed to rest and digest it all. Jiang Yifeng didn't visit the pleasure house to listen to music on the day the simulation ended, but in the days that followed. He continued to go there daily. Another week passed in a blink of an eye. Today was the day the simulation count refreshed. Jiang Yifeng was already waiting in his room. Soon, the simulation count refreshed, and Jiang Yifeng silently chanted, "Start simulation." Consumed 1 simulation count, remaining count 0. Drawing blue talent costs 100,000 energy value. Drawing purple talent costs 1 million energy value. Please choose. Draw purple talent. Ding, 1 million energy value deducted. Drawing purple talent, remaining energy value 3 billion. Congratulations host, you have acquired the talent. Yimu Divine Body. Yimu Divine Body, extremely strong vitality, possessing super self-healing abilities. Seeing this talent, Jiang Yifeng had an idea. Since he had self-healing abilities, could it be paired with martial Dao? Martial Dao mainly involved body tempering. Previously, apart from practicing the set of movements from the nameless technique, he didn't dare to try other dangerous body tempering methods. But now, with this strong self-healing constitution, he felt it was a perfect match for martial Dao. Jiang Yifeng thought he could give it a try in this simulation. However, he quickly shook his head, deciding that this simulation should still focus on formation Dao. Only by improving formation Dao and repairing the formation left by Senior Liu could he simulate for a longer time. After some thought, Jiang Yifeng continued to look at the simulator. 17th simulation begins. You glanced around, confirming you had entered the simulation. On the first day, you left Green Hills City under the cover of night. On the second day, you arrived at the ruins of Heavenly Profound Temple in the Evergreen Mountain Range. On that day, you cleaned up the ruins and buried the bones. On the third day, you began to comprehend formations. In the first year, you made almost no progress. In the second year, by summarizing the previous year's experience, you felt that mere comprehension might not be enough, so you began to practice. You set up various formations nearby every day, constantly improving your proficiency, hoping to gain some new insights. In the third year, Bairu Oxu descended. She discovered you and, after some examination, asked if you were willing to become her disciple. After that, you behaved yourself, not daring to act recklessly. In the fourth year, apart from occasionally fishing at the island's edge, you did nothing else. You didn't know why the mystic turtle's behavior differed from the last simulation, but you understood that such a powerful being was not someone you could provoke, so preserving your life was important. In reality, Jiang Yifeng, seeing this, felt a bit overwhelmed. It seemed that his simulated self was really scared by the mystic turtle. This was not according to the original plan. But it wasn't really the fault of his simulated self. The mystic turtle was just too unpredictable. Even though it was an ally, why scare him unnecessarily? In the end, Jiang Yifeng sighed and silently chanted, "Start a one-day deep simulation." He felt he had to intervene in reality. He couldn't waste time like this in the simulation. Ding. Starting 24-hour deep simulation, consuming 240,000 simulation energy. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yifeng had entered the simulation. He didn't hesitate and walked directly towards the depths of the island. As he walked deeper, he saw the mystic turtle move slightly. But Jiang Yifeng, watching from outside the simulator, saw clearly that the mystic turtle still had no malice. It just thought he was reckless and wanted him to be more cautious. Since that was the case, Jiang Yifeng didn't mind. He thought, the simulation had shown a year had passed. The mystic turtle shouldn't act again. Soon, an hour passed, and he had reached the depths of the island. Jiang Yifeng glanced at the ceiling formation, feeling the formation symbols were profound and difficult to understand. He tried to analyze it, and his mind shook, feeling as if his head was about to explode. In the end, Jiang Yifeng gave up, thinking it was better to leave such matters to the simulation. So he chanted, "And deep simulation." In an instant, Jiang Yifeng's consciousness returned to the Jiang family mansion in Green Hills City. Without thinking much, he He continued to watch the development in the simulator. You looked at the ceiling formation in the distance, feeling a bit dazed. You wondered how you got there just now. After pondering for a long time, you suddenly had an epiphany, thinking, is reality affecting me? You didn't dwell on how you ended up in the depths of the island. After glancing around for a moment, you noticed that the mystic turtle remained motionless, either asleep or simply ignoring you. So, you turned your attention to the ceiling formation, hoping to gain some insights to improve your formation Tao. The numerous formation symbols sketched out one unfamiliar formation pattern after another, making it difficult for you to comprehend immediately. You knew that with your current formation skills, it was impossible to fully understand this ceiling formation. Thus, you chose one of the countless interwoven formation patterns to begin analyzing. You aimed to break it down piece by piece, progressing gradually. But even so, as you continued to analyze, you felt as if your head was about to explode. After half an hour, you couldn't hold on any longer and decided to take a break. However, you didn't give up. After resting for half a day, you resumed analyzing that formation pattern. This became your routine. Every day, you intermittently analyzed and tried to understand the ceiling formation. By the fourth year, after an entire year, you had only managed to analyze a small part of that formation pattern. Despite this, you felt that the continuous analysis had significantly improved your understanding of formations. In the fifth year, you had analyzed half of that formation pattern, and you clearly felt a deeper understanding of formations. In the sixth year, you continued to analyze that formation pattern. By the eighth year, you finally completed the analysis of that formation pattern, greatly enhancing your knowledge of formations. You felt quite pleased, but when you looked at the other formation patterns around you, your heart sank. Just one formation pattern had taken you 5 years, and there were hundreds of thousands of such formation patterns visible to the naked eye in this area alone. The complete ceiling formation didn't just cover this area, it enveloped the entire southern regions. How many more formation patterns must there be? To fully analyze this ceiling formation and understand its underlying logic, you needed to find a way to break it. At your current rate of analysis, you couldn't imagine how much time it would take. The road ahead is long and arduous, you sighed. In the 10th year, the mystic turtle took you out of the endless sea and revealed its purpose. The mystic turtle told you that it was also a prisoner. It warned you not to act recklessly when facing an unbeatable enemy and to assess the situation before taking action. Only then did you realize that the mystic turtle's earlier threats to eat you were because it thought you were too reckless at first. In the 12th year, you returned to Green Hills City. In the 13th year, a shadowy figure, a mortal slave, descended, and you saw the Jiang family's residence collapse with a single palm strike. Afterward, your father, Jiang Fushan, arrived with reinforcements, killed the shadowy figure, a mortal slave, and evacuated the Jiang family members. You also appeared in time to leave with the others, heading to Spine Mountain. After arriving at Spine Mountain, you didn't immediately request to see the formation left by Senior Liu Aya. Instead, you focused on cultivating here, occasionally showcasing your skills as a 7th grade formation master. In the 14th year, Old Li approached you, hoping you could set up some high-grade gathering spirit arrays to accelerate the cultivation speed of the cultivators here. Without hesitation, you agreed. High-grade gathering spirit arrays are 7th grade formations, and due to your limited spiritual energy, setting them up wasn't quick. Often, after setting up one high-grade gathering spirit array, you needed to rest and recover for a while. In the 16th year, after 2 full years, you had set up 5 high-grade gathering spirit arrays on Spine Mountain. At this point, from the outside, one could clearly sense a large amount of spiritual energy being gathered from afar by the high-grade gathering spirit arrays. In the 17th year, the cultivation environment on Spine Mountain noticeably improved. The cultivators here no longer needed to risk robbing immortal slaves for spirit stones, as they could now enhance their spiritual energy. That year, you received numerous gifts from the cultivators. The spirit stones alone amounted to over 900,000. In the 18th year, you had gained considerable popularity on Spine Mountain, and everyone trusted you. That year, You found Old Lee and told him you wanted to observe the formation left by Senior Liu Aya. You hoped to gain some insights from it to further improve your formation Dao skills. Old Lee, upon hearing your words, immediately takes you there. This time, Old Lee has no doubts about you whatsoever. After bringing you to the location, he turns and leaves. You have been living here for 5 years now. Your character and contributions to Spine Mountain have long surpassed countless others. There is simply no reason for him to doubt you. Of course, this is also your intention. If Old Lee were to suspect you and stay by your side, even if you could repair the formation left by Liu Aya, he would likely obstruct you. After all, this formation was left by Senior Liu Aya and is the lifeline for all the cultivators of Spine Mountain when facing Heavenly Thunder. There is no way Old Lee would let you tamper with this formation so easily. Now that Old Lee completely trusts you and isn't following you, you can freely study the formation and attempt to repair it, preventing its imminent collapse. In the 19th year, you spend a year studying the formation left by Liu Aya. Although this formation is significantly inferior to the ceiling formation of the southern regions, you believe it is still an immortal formation. Because even after a year of study, you still can't understand much of it. Even though you are currently a 7th grade formation master, you believe your theoretical knowledge of formations is on par with that of an 8th grade formation master. A formation that is still largely incomprehensible to you must undoubtedly be an immortal formation. An 8th grade theoretical foundation might not be enough to set up an 8th grade formation, but it should be sufficient to understand most 9th grade formations. After all, the formation is right in front of you, akin to having the answers to a test. If you can't understand it even with the answers, it can only mean the level difference is too vast. You think perhaps everyone, including Old Lee, has underestimated Senior Liu Aya. He claims that Senior Liu Aya's strength was insufficient, but can someone who can set up an immortal formation really be weak? At the very least, you believe he is certainly not weak. With your understanding of formations, it is impossible to have the spiritual energy to support such a complex immortal formation without corresponding cultivation. You don't dwell on it further. Although you still don't understand much of this formation, it doesn't matter, you only need to understand the guiding roots of the formation. After all, you already learned the reason for this formation's collapse in your last simulation. This formation guides Heavenly Thunder to the underground of Spine Mountain, and the violent Heavenly Thunder underground causes the formation to collapse. However, after reaching the 6th level of the Chi Motion realm, you feel that your martial Dao breakthroughs have slowed down significantly. Because the strength of the previous thunderbolts can no longer severely injure you, they can only cause minor injuries. In the 27th year, you adjust the lightning guiding formation to increase the strength of the thunderbolts it guides out. In the 28th year, your martial Dao breaks through to the 7th level of the Chi Motion realm. After the adjustment, your martial Dao cultivation begins to break through rapidly again. In the 31st year, your martial Dao has reached the peak of the Chi Motion realm. But at this time, you discover a serious problem. Because you have a 12th grade golden core and have achieved the divine Dao, breaking through major realms requires both your immortal Dao and martial Dao to reach their peaks simultaneously. Now, your martial Dao has reached the peak of the Chi Motion realm, but your immortal Dao cultivation is still at the first level of core formation. So, you have no choice but to temporarily remove the lightning guiding formation and stop your martial Dao cultivation. But by doing so, you can no longer consume the underground Heavenly Thunder of Spine Mountain. How long can the formation left by Senior Liu Aya last? Although you have consumed some of the underground Heavenly Thunder through the lightning guiding formation, you don't think it's enough. After all, your strength is insufficient, and the amount consumed is actually not much. You then find Old Lee and tell him that the formation left by Senior Liu Aya has a problem. Old Lee's expression changes slightly. He has long known about the imminent collapse of the formation, but he doesn't know the specific reason. Soon, Old Lee gathers some elders of Spine Mountain for a meeting. A few days pass, and Old Lee and the others finally conclude their meeting. You don't know what they discussed specifically. In the end, Old Lee finds you and says that although your formation skills are impressive, You are only a 7th grade formation master, and the problems you see may not be accurate. Rashly tampering with the formation left by Senior Liu Aya could lead to unforeseen dangers. You understand in your heart that old Li's words mean the meeting didn't approve your proposal. They don't believe you, or perhaps they do, but they don't dare to take the risk. You can understand old Li and the others. After all, this formation is the only lifeline for the cultivators of Spine Mountain to avoid heavenly thunder. They won't take risks unless absolutely necessary. But will it be too late when it becomes absolutely necessary? You know it's too late. Just like the last simulation, when it was absolutely necessary, old Li asked you to check the situation, and you ended up being engulfed by a sea of thunder, ending the simulation instantly. In the end, you just shook your head without saying much. You know it's impossible to get them to help eliminate those heavenly thunders together. In the 32nd year, you discovered that many people on Spine Mountain had become wary of you. Whenever you approached the formation, someone would always appear around you, either intentionally or unintentionally. You smiled bitterly, realizing how cautious these people were. They were worried you would ignore their advice and try to repair the formation on your own, so they monitored you. As a result, you began to go out less frequently in the following days. You started focusing on cultivating the immortal Tao every day. You had an ample supply of spirit stones. You had 600,000 of your own, plus over 900,000 spirit stones you received as a thank you gift for setting up high-grade gathering spirit arrays for the cultivators on Spine Mountain. With over 1 million spirit stones, your cultivation in the immortal Tao progressed rapidly. In the 33rd year, you successfully broke through to the 2nd level of Cow formation. In the 35th year, you reached the 3rd level of Core formation. In the 40th year, you had already reached the 5th level of Cow formation. However, that year, you left Spine Mountain. You knew that in the last simulation, it was in the 42nd year that the formation left by Senior Liu Aya had problems. Although you had consumed some heavenly thunder this time, possibly delaying the issue a bit. But you weren't sure how much it would be delayed, so to extend the simulation time, you decided to leave early. In the 43rd year, you broke through to the 6th level of Core formation. In the 45th year, you triggered the talent, Random Enlightenment, gaining an 8x cultivation speed buff, making your thoughts more active. This enlightenment lasted for a whole year, allowing your cultivation level to directly break through to the 8th level of Core formation. In the 51st year, you finally broke through to the 9th level of Cow formation. You knew there were only 2 years left before the heavenly thunder would descend. You knew that normal cultivation wouldn't be enough. You no longer had time to perfect both your immortal Tao and martial Tao cultivation to break through to the next major realm, so you started heading towards Spine Mountain. You wanted to see if the formation left by Liu Aya was still intact after you had consumed some of the heavenly thunder. It seemed that extending the simulation time was still a long way off. It looked like he would have to break through to a higher level in the formation Tao to find people on Spine Mountain to help consume the underground heavenly thunder, or he would have to increase his own cultivation level so he could withstand more heavenly thunder and consume more of it himself. Otherwise, it would be impossible to delay the collapse of the formation left by Liu Aya. Without delaying the collapse of that formation, it would be very difficult to increase the simulation duration. Jiang Yifeng stopped thinking about the simulation. He looked at the simulation rewards. Actually, the rewards this time were quite good. Formations were obviously very important, but what he lacked right now was strength. Without enough spiritual energy, he couldn't set up higher grade formations or break through to become a true 8th grade formation master. As for martial Tao, it seemed more cost-effective than the immortal Tao. After all, it was half a realm higher. But from the simulation, it was clear that as long as he went to Spine Mountain and entered the formation left by Senior Liu Aya, guiding the underground heavenly thunder for cultivation, his martial Tao would improve very quickly. So in the next simulation, as long as he went to Spine Mountain, his martial Tao cultivation would quickly catch up. Thus, Jiang Yifeng didn't hesitate much and silently chose. I choose Yimu Divine Body, Talent, and Immortal Tao Cultivation, 9th level of Cow formation. There was a quick way to improve martial Tao, but for Immortal Tao Cultivation, Jiang Yifeng hadn't found any shortcuts yet, other than absorbing spirit stones to accelerate it. But this speed was still much slower than using heavenly thunder to temper the body in martial Dao. As for the Yimu divine body, talent, it was a must-have. With it, he could use heavenly thunder to enhance his martial Dao for a long time. So, he felt this was the best choice for now. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the talent Yimu divine body. 1 million energy value deducted, remaining energy value, 3 billion. Ding! Immortal Dao cultivation, 9th level of cow formation. Successfully extracted, 9 million energy value deducted, remaining energy value, 3 billion. Soon, Jiang Yifeng felt his strength increase. A few seconds later, everything was over. Jiang Yifeng walked out of the Jiang family mansion and headed towards the Spring Blossom Pavilion. This simulation had lasted a long time, and his eyes were a bit tired. He thought he should listen to some music to relieve his fatigue. A week passed, and the simulation attempts were refreshed. Jiang Yifeng returned to his room and silently chanted, "Start simulation." Consumed 1 simulation attempt, remaining attempts, 0. Drawing blue talent costs 100,000 energy value. Drawing purple talent costs 1 million energy value. Please choose. Draw purple talent. Ding! 1 million energy value deducted. Drawing purple talent. Remaining energy value, 3 billion. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the talent, Hand of God. Hand of God. Key items will periodically appear in your hand. Jiang Yifeng fell into deep thought. Isn't Hand of God a term from Go? Never mind, it's not important. But judging by the talent description, it should be somewhat useful. He couldn't help but feel a bit excited. He immediately looked at the simulation panel. Simulation number 18 begins. You realize you are already in the simulation. Seeing that it's still early, you decide not to leave Green Hills City immediately, planning to leave at night when no one is around. In the evening, after dinner, you tidy up and prepare to leave the Jiang family mansion under the cover of night. Just then, you hear the maid Little Peach in your courtyard crying out. You are about to go check when suddenly, a soft object appears in your hand. Looking at the object in your hand, your expression changes slightly. Isn't this Little Peach's Dudu? Before you can recover, you see Little Peach running towards you, crying. As she runs, she shouts, "There's a pervert!" Looking at the Dudu in your hand, you feel a bit guilty and quickly put it into your storage ring. Little Peach finally reaches you. You ask her what happened. Little Peach tells you everything, saying she was about to sleep when she suddenly felt her Dudu disappear. Your heart races, thinking of the Dudu that just appeared in your hand. Suddenly, you recall the talent you drew in this simulation. The best place to quickly improve your formation theory is the Endless Sea, where you can get close to the ceiling formation. Of course, the Desert of Death, Valley of Flames, and Forest of 10,000 Swords might also have ceiling formations, but you are sure that the Mystic Turtle in the Endless Sea is friendly. There, you can safely improve your formation knowledge. In the first year, you don't know how far you've traveled. You avoid populated areas to prevent unnecessary trouble due to the Hand of God talent. But you still encounter many troubles. Several times, female immortal slaves find you, and you are holding their dudus when they do. Fortunately, your cultivation is strong, and most of the immortal slaves stationed outside are only at the foundation establishment stage, not your match. This year, rumors of the Dudu immortal spread among the people. In the second year, a nascent soul stage female immortal slave Dudu appears in your hand. You have a bloody battle with her. Although she is at a higher stage and knows various spells, you practice both divine Dao and immortal martial arts, with a stronger foundation. After 3 days of battle, you exhaust her to death. But you also suffer serious injuries. In the third year, you are hunted. The battle with the female immortal slave the previous year is known to the Immortal Spirit sect, and they send many experts to hunt you down. Fortunately, the Immortal Spirit sect doesn't take you too seriously, sending people mostly at the cow formation to nascent soul stages. After many battles, You reach the edge of the endless sea with some close calls. The immortal slaves stop chasing you as you enter the endless sea's territory. You don't know if they think you are doomed or if they also fear stepping into the beast's territory. You reach the edge of the endless sea, touching the seawater, but the mystic turtle does not appear. You are puzzled. When you came with Beiru Oaks, the mystic turtle appeared from the water from afar. You wonder, is it because my strength is too low to attract the mystic turtle's attention? Days pass with no movement. You decide not to wait and start shouting into the endless sea, even launching spiritual energy attacks to attract the mystic turtle's attention. Sure enough, soon, the mystic turtle's massive body emerges from the sea. The mystic turtle looks angry. Without asking, it opens its mouth and sucks you in, your body flying uncontrollably towards its mouth. WTF, you didn't expect the mystic turtle to be so irritable this time, starting to eat without saying a word. In a moment of desperation, you shouted, "We're all prisoners here, why make things difficult for each other?" As soon as you finished speaking, a strange light appeared in the mystic turtle's eyes. You felt the terrifying suction disappear, and you found yourself in the giant turtle's claw. It stared at you for a long time, then laughed heartily and said, "Interesting, I didn't expect such a chosen to emerge from this sealed land, and you even know my background." Your heart skipped a beat, worried that the mystic turtle would ask for details. After all, you didn't actually know its background. Even with previous simulations, you only knew it was also imprisoned and wanted to escape. But clearly, you were overthinking it. The mystic turtle didn't ask about any of that. It simply asked why you had come to find it. You relaxed a bit and straightforwardly said you wanted to comprehend the sealing formation here to improve your formation knowledge. The mystic turtle thought for a moment and then nodded in agreement, but told you that you could only stay for 7 years. You knew this was because the formation spirit of the sealing formation might awaken in 7 years. The mystic turtle had mentioned this in previous simulations. Naturally, you wouldn't push your luck, and you promised to leave within 7 years. After that, the mystic turtle took you to an island in the endless sea. This time, since everything was laid out, you had no other concerns. Upon reaching the island, you went straight to the area closest to the barrier of the sealing formation. The mystic turtle watched all this, already having several thoughts in mind. To the mystic turtle, anyone who knew its background couldn't be a native of the southern regions. It thought you were a pawn sent by some big shot from the heavens to break this place and cause trouble for the one who sealed it here. After all, the struggles between those big shots are always like this. At their level, immortals rarely act personally. They use all beings as chess pieces to determine victory. The mystic turtle itself, a mystic immortal from the immortal realm, was also a pawn in the hands of some big shot. Whether it liked it or not, as long as it was locked here, it would naturally become a pawn for those big shots if it wanted freedom. The mystic turtle was now pondering whether you were a pawn of the same big shot or if another player had entered the game. After all, the one who captured and locked it here wasn't the same immortal who sealed the southern regions. The mystic turtle knew this in its heart. It was locked here to become a pawn to break the seal of the southern regions. In other words, the person who locked it up was opposed to the immortal who sealed this place. After all, it wanted freedom, and now it needed to break the sealing formation here, because the chains that locked it were connected to the sealing formation by that big shot. The mystic turtle gave you a deep look before diving into the water. Unknowingly, more than 6 years passed. Jiang Yifeng finally deciphered a formation pattern. At this point, his theoretical knowledge of formations was comparable to an 8th grade formation master. However, his spiritual energy was still insufficient to set up an 8th grade formation himself. With the 7-year deadline agreed upon with the mystic turtle approaching, Jiang Yifeng knew it was time to leave the endless sea. So his deep simulation should also end. Without hesitation, he silently chanted, "And deep simulation." As Jiang Yifeng's words fell, his consciousness instantly returned to the Jiang family mansion in Green Hills City. Jiang Yifeng quickly recalled the formation knowledge in his mind. Ha ha ha, I knew it would work. Confirming that this deep simulation had indeed brought out the theoretical knowledge of an 8th grade formation master, He couldn't help but laugh out loud. After a brief moment of joy, Jiang Yifeng turned his attention to the simulation panel. In the 10th year, you have acquired the theoretical knowledge of an 8th grade formation master. This year, the time agreed upon with the Mystic Turtle to leave has arrived. The Mystic Turtle appeared on time and sent you to the coastal land. In the 12th year, you returned to Green Hills City in disguise. With your return, the legend of the Dudu Immortal, which had been gradually forgotten over the years, resurfaced. You looked at the small mountain of Dudus in your storage ring and could only shake your head helplessly. You really didn't want this. It's all because of that damn talent. In the 13th year, the shadowy figure Immortal Slave appeared in the Jiang family. This time, before he could make a move, you attacked him from behind without any sense of honor. After all, the shadowy figure was only at the 9th level of Cow formation, and you are now also at the 9th level of Core formation, so you didn't fear him. In previous simulations, you didn't make a move because you couldn't win. Now you are at the same level, and you know that soon your father will bring cultivators from Spine Mountain, so you can't just watch the Jiang family be destroyed. Your sneak attack didn't work. The shadowy figure dodged it with body techniques. Seeing that you were also at the 9th level of Core formation, he didn't leave immediately but engaged you in a fierce battle. At this moment, you are evenly matched. You practice both immortal and martial arts, and you have a 12th grade golden core, so you should be able to crush him, even kill him instantly. But unfortunately, you haven't practiced any combat techniques. You rely on spiritual energy to fight. Meanwhile, the opponent kept using various techniques, so you couldn't take him down immediately, only gaining the upper hand. Not long after, your father Jiang Fushan rushed back with a group of people and saw you battling the shadowy figure. A tilde. At that time, your father Jiang Fushan had just recently acquired his inheritance and his strength was not yet formidable. So, he quickly called for help. In an instant, the shadowy figure was killed by the cultivators your father brought. Your father Jiang Fushan was overjoyed to see you. After all, you had been missing for over a decade. He didn't ask you how you managed to cultivate. Afterwards, you and your father Jiang Fushan organized the Jiang family to evacuate. However, during the journey, your father and the cultivators he brought started giving you strange looks. It wasn't surprising, considering that as you flew, Dudus frequently appeared in your hands. You repeatedly explained that it wasn't intentional. The other cultivators were skeptical, but your father Jiang Fushan didn't believe you at all. After all, before you started cultivating, you were a playboy who frequented pleasure houses. Now that you had immortal techniques, it wasn't surprising that you would steal Dudus. He even privately warned you to keep such hobbies to yourself in the future. You were on the verge of tears and had to keep your distance from women. Fortunately, the cultivators your father brought this time were all men, otherwise, there would have been even more conflicts. In the 14th year, you arrived at Spine Mountain. Upon arrival, you revealed your identity as a formation master and helped the local cultivators set up high-grade gathering spirit arrays. It took you 2 whole years to complete the setup. During this time, you gained the favor of some of the Spine Mountain cultivators. However, some women still glared at you with anger. Most seriously, a few male cultivators even threatened to kill you. The reason was all due to that God-given talent of yours. In the end, it was Old Lee who stepped in to calm everyone down. However, the condition everyone proposed was for you to leave Spine Mountain. Upon hearing this, you thought it was impossible since you still needed the heavenly thunder beneath Spine Mountain to train your martial Dao. In the 19th year, you worried that Old Lee might return, as you hadn't fully earned his trust. So, You continued to study the formation left by Senior Liu Aya without setting up the thunder conduction formation. A. Your suspicions were correct. Old Li did return twice that year. A. In the blink of an eye, 2 more years passed, and Old Li didn't return. A. In the 22nd year, you felt that you might not need to wait any longer. A. After all, you hadn't done anything to betray Spine Mountain, and your father Jiang Fushan was also there, so they shouldn't monitor you so closely. A. That year, you went to the predetermined location and set up an inverted 7th grade thunder conduction formation. A. As soon as the formation took shape, lightning flashed and struck you. A. You were severely injured instantly. A. But soon, under the influence of the Imu divine body, you began to recover. A. During this recovery process, your martial Dao cultivation also improved. A. In the following days, you immersed yourself in continuous body training. A. In the 23rd year, your martial Dao cultivation broke through to the 4th level of the Qi motion realm. A. In the 24th year, your martial Dao cultivation broke through to the 5th level of the Qi motion realm. A. In the 25th year, you reached the 6th level of the Qi motion realm, but by then, the power of the lightning was no longer enough to severely injure you, slowing your martial Dao progress. A. In the 26th year, you began modifying the thunder conduction formation to increase the intensity of the lightning. A. In the 27th year, due to the increased lightning intensity, your martial Dao cultivation began to advance rapidly again, breaking through to the 7th level of the Qi motion realm that year. A. In the blink of an eye, several years passed. A. In the 30th year, your martial Dao reached the peak of the Qi motion realm. A. In the 31st year, you dismantled the thunder conduction formation and focused entirely on cultivating your immortal Dao. A. In the 36th year, your immortal Dao cultivation finally reached the peak of the Cow formation stage from the 9th level. A. At this point, both your martial Dao and immortal Dao were at the brink of a breakthrough. A. You knew the time had come. A. So, you left the formation left by Senior Liu Aya. A. As soon as you emerged, the female cultivators of Spine Mountain, recalling the awkwardness from 1 or 2 decades ago, were so frightened that they didn't dare to leave their homes. You ignored their reactions and went straight to find Old Li. You told him clearly that you wanted to break through and asked for his protection. This time, Old Li hadn't checked your situation and didn't know you had a 12th grade golden core. He thought you were making a fuss over nothing. He believed that breaking through to the nascent soul stage was no big deal as long as no one disturbed you. Although Old Li thought this, he still agreed to your request. Actually, you asked Old Li to protect you just in case. After all, you are different from ordinary cultivators. When you broke through to the Cow formation stage, you caused quite a commotion. After getting Old Li's promise, you chose to start the breakthrough immediately. Breaking through from the Cow formation stage to the nascent soul stage in the immortal Dao involves breaking the core and transforming it into a nascent soul. This allows the nascent soul within your body to become your second life. Once the transformation is successful, as long as the nascent soul remains intact, you can seize another body and be reborn. In the martial Dao, breaking through from the Qi motion realm to the true core realm involves releasing primordial energy to form a protective shield, giving you an additional layer of passive protection in battle. However, your situation is different now. You are practicing both the immortal Dao and martial Dao, and you don't really know how to break through. You can only choose to break through the immortal Dao and martial Dao one by one and see if they react to each other. Your martial Dao breakthrough went smoothly, and you soon cultivated a protective shield, quickly reaching the first layer of the true core realm. But when you wanted to break through your immortal Dao cultivation, you were dumbfounded. What was going on? How did your golden core also have a shield? looking exactly like the protective shield. You were a bit helpless. Breaking through from the cow formation stage to the nascent soul stage involves using primordial energy to break the outer layer of the golden core and transform it into a nascent soul. Now, you have to break the protective shield around the golden core first, undoubtedly increasing the difficulty of the breakthrough. You wondered if you had gotten the order wrong and should have broken through the immortal Tao first, then the martial Tao. But you didn't know that if you broke through the immortal Tao first, the difficulty of breaking through the martial Tao would also increase. This is the result of practicing the divine Tao. To gain greater power, you naturally have to endure greater difficulties. Due to the increased difficulty, it took you a whole month to complete the immortal Tao breakthrough, reaching the first layer of the nascent soul stage. You looked at the nascent soul within you, which was a miniature version of yourself. Your nascent soul was different from others because it also had a layer of primordial energy shield. You felt that since you had already achieved your goal in this simulation, there was no point in hiding for another 10 years, as it wouldn't improve much. You wanted to see for yourself what the outcome would be if you ventured into the desert of death. After all, you had previously thought that these people couldn't escape the desert of death based on their strength compared to the dangers. This time, you wanted to verify it with your own eyes. In the 43rd year, all the cultivators of Spine Mountain, led by your father, headed straight for the desert of death, and you were among them. Along the way, you were ambushed several times by people from the Immortal Arrival sect. But after the sect leader, Shenhua Ayo, was severely injured by a single palm strike from your father, Jiang Fushan, no one dared to come close again, only following from a distance. You paid no attention to those people and continued straight towards the desert of death. At this point, you understood the confusion from the previous simulation. It wasn't that the Immortal Arrival sect hadn't tried to stop these cultivators from entering the desert of death. It was that they couldn't win and didn't dare to. After entering the desert of death, your father, Jiang Fushan, gave you a glance before heading alone towards the demonic dragon's lair. You felt a pang of sadness and wanted to stop him, but you kept reminding yourself, this is a simulation, this is a simulation. In the end, you didn't say much, just rushed up to give your father, Jiang Fushan, a hug. Shortly after your father left, you sensed the desert churning. You knew the demonic dragon had emerged. Soon, everyone could see your father, Jiang Fushan, already fighting the demonic dragon. At the same time, demonic pythons began appearing throughout the desert of death. At this moment, Old Li stepped forward and told everyone to scatter and escape through the desert of death, leaving their fate to destiny. This was a consensus reached before setting out, and no one said much. Everyone dispersed in small groups, each trying to survive. But you were different. Because of your father, Jiang Fushan's instructions, Old Li would take you with him. Being with a master at the 7th layer of tribulation, your chances of survival were significantly higher than others. But no one said much about it. Everyone knew that your father, Jiang Fushan, was risking his life to distract the demonic dragon, essentially trading his life for yours. Your eyes welled up as you glanced at your father, Jiang Fushan, before following Old Li into the depths of the desert of death, speeding away. Along the way, demonic pythons appeared frequently, but facing Old Li, a formidable expert at the 7th layer of tribulation crossing, these demonic pythons were no match at all. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. With Old Li's cultivation, flying at full speed with you, it was possible to have covered hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Yet, you still hadn't found the gap in the ceiling formation. The depths of the desert of death were far larger than imagined, and Old Li and his companions had no idea where the gap in the formation was, relying on luck to search. Another 2 days passed, and you suddenly heard the roar of a demonic dragon approaching from afar. Old Li's expression changed slightly, and he flung you away. He shouted at you, "Run!" Then, you saw Old Li charges toward the demonic dragon. Seeing the demonic dragon, sorrow filled your heart. It seemed your father, Jiang Fushan, had indeed fallen. Now, Old Li's intention was clear. He was going to hold off the demonic dragon to buy you time to escape, which meant his fate was sealed as well. Filled with grief and anger, You didn't hesitate and ran with all your might. You knew this was no time for sentimentality. Half a day passed in an instant, and the dragon's roar echoed again. You looked at the enormous demonic dragon, powerless to resist. You died at the age of 63. This simulation has ended. You may choose 2 rewards from this simulation: Divine Hand, Talent, Martial Dao Cultivation, True Core Realm, First Layer, Immortal Dao Cultivation, Elemental Infant Realm, First Layer. Divine Hand, Talent, costs 1 million energy value. Martial Dao Cultivation, True Core Realm, First Layer, costs 10 million energy value. Immortal Dao Cultivation, Elemental Infant Realm, First Layer, costs 10 million energy value. Important note: due to the host cultivating the Divine Dao, your cultivation has already broken through a major realm. You must choose both Immortal Dao and Martial Dao cultivation simultaneously, or you will be unable to advance. Jiang Yifeng was stunned by the simulator's final prompt. Cultivating the Divine Dao came with such complications. Did this mean that every time he broke through a major realm, he would have to choose both Martial Dao and Immortal Dao? It seemed that future simulations would need more careful planning, with intentional control over his cultivation level. After all, he needed to save exchange opportunities for better talents and various combat techniques. Since Martial Dao and Immortal Dao had to be chosen together, there was no dilemma about this simulation's rewards. Note: although your luck is extraordinary, provoking enemies far stronger than yourself still means certain death. Jiang Yifeng's eyes lit up at this talent. Child of Fortune. This talent was fantastic. So, after this simulation, this talent was a must-have. With this in mind, Jiang Yifeng felt more confident about this simulation. He knew roughly what to do. Thus, he immediately looked at the simulation panel. The 19th simulation begins. You realize you have entered the simulation. On the first day, you choose to leave Green Hills City under the cover of night. As soon as you step out of the Jiang family mansion, you see a silver note worth 1,000 pls on the street. You glance at it, but can't be bothered to pick up such a small amount of money. On the second morning, you arrive at the ruins of the Heavenly Profound Temple in the Evergreen Mountain Range. You clear the ruins and bury the remains found there. On the third day, you begin serious cultivation of the Immortal Dao. On the 10th day, while cultivating, you are startled by a noise. You discover a spirit stone has fallen beside you. How could a spirit stone fall from the sky? Is the Child of Fortune talent really this outrageous? Soon, you find out why, as the person who dropped the spirit stone appears before you. The newcomer is just a cow formation, first layer cultivator, while you are already at the nascent soul stage. Even without using the Eye of Insight, you can tell. Despite this, you use the Eye of Insight to confirm the person's identity. If they are a local cultivator, you can let it go since you don't lack a single spirit stone. But if they are an immortal slave, well, you wouldn't mind taking that spirit stone. Soon, you identify the person, and with a smirk, you leap forward, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy. You crush the immortal slave with an overwhelming amount of spiritual energy. You clap your hands and mutter, "So weak." Then you walk over to the corpse and take their storage ring. To avoid attracting other immortal slaves, you perform a cremation, scattering even the ashes. Year 1, you spent it uneventfully. Aside from occasionally picking up some spirit stones and having wild beasts deliver themselves to you when you were hungry, the talent of this Child of Fortune was just so-so. After a year of cultivating with spirit stones, not only did you not use up your own, but you also ended up with thousands more in your storage ring. Year 2, still the same monotonous cultivation. Year 3, Beiru Oxu arrived. After examining you, she asked if you would like to become her disciple. You agreed. 3 days later, she said she could help you escape this sealed land and asked if you were willing to leave. You didn't hesitate and nodded immediately. Wasn't your purpose in coming here to hitch a ride? A few days later, Beiru Oxu took you to the Endless Sea. As soon as you approached, the mystic turtle emerged from the sea. Beiru Oxu tried to bribe it, but the mystic turtle subdued both of you instantly. In the end, the mystic turtle threw Beiru Oxu out of the sealed land, telling her to bring 1 billion spirit stones to take you away. You were taken by the mystic turtle to an island in the Endless Sea. Upon arriving, You laid your cards on the table, pointing out that both you and the mystic turtle were prisoners, and you said you had come specifically to find it. The mystic turtle scrutinized you upon hearing this and then suddenly burst into laughter. It asked why you were looking for it. With your previous simulation experience, you knew the mystic turtle mistook you for a pawn of some great figure from the heavens. But you didn't care about that. You directly asked it where the ceiling rift in the desert of death was. The mystic turtle looked at the sky as if wary of something. Then after a moment, it transmitted 4 words to you: at the bottom of the desert. Upon receiving the answer, you were thrilled, feeling that your chance to leave the southern regions and this sealed land was growing. After that, you didn't leave but instead told the mystic turtle you wanted to comprehend the ceiling formation here to improve your formation Tao. The mystic turtle didn't refuse any of your requests, only stating that you must leave in 7 years. In reality, Jiang Yifeng saw this. Without hesitation, he silently muttered, "Start a deep simulation for 7 years." This was all part of the plan. Since formation knowledge could be gained through deep simulation, he couldn't waste the opportunity to exchange rewards at the end of the simulation. Moreover, deep simulation consumed less energy than direct exchange. Ding, starting a 7-year deep simulation, consuming 613.2 million energy points, remaining energy points 1.6 billion. Actually, besides the simulator's restrictions, you had other thoughts in your mind. You believed that after obtaining the Child of Fortune talent, you would have more opportunities to get the inheritance in the future. This time, your plan was to join your father and others to explore the desert of death. If you took the inheritance, you worried your father's cultivation wouldn't reach the tribulation crossing stage, and no one could stop the demonic dragon. After making your decision, you turned and left. The inheritance didn't stay in place either. It seemed to know you had refused it and disappeared instantly. Only a devastated Green Hills City remained. Fortunately, you had chosen a remote part of Green Hills City to hide your identity, so not many civilians suffered. 2 days passed in a flash, and you saw the shadowy figure Yang Zhuo appear in the crack where the inheritance had emerged in Green Hills City. You smirked and muttered to yourself, "Finally, I've been waiting for you." You knew that this shadowy figure Yang Zhuo first appeared where the inheritance emerged. But your father was teleported away by the inheritance, and he only found the Jiang family in the 13th year. This time, although you didn't accept the inheritance and it disappeared, the commotion would surely attract this immortal slave. So you had set up an ambush early on. When the shadowy figure Yang Zhuo approached, you decisively launched a sneak attack with all your might. With your nascent soul stage attacking a cow formation stage, what could go wrong? You severely injured him with one move. After the first strike, you didn't give him time to react, bombarding him with spiritual energy as if it cost nothing. A few minutes later, the shadowy figure Yang Zhuo turned to ashes. You finally killed the shadowy figure Yang Zhuo, who had been appearing since the first simulation, with your own strength. A heartfelt smile appeared on your face. Your current strength was exposed. To avoid more trouble, you took action one after another, killing all the immortal slaves hidden in Green Hills City. 2 months passed, and you saw your father return from outside Green Hills City. He was alone, and you immediately saw that your father, Jiang Fushan, had reached the 5th level of foundation establishment. It seemed that the inheritance you refused had indeed found your father, just as you had guessed. At that moment, you suddenly thought, now that your father had returned without being hunted by the shadowy figure Yang Zhuo, could he still meet the people from Spine Mountain? Then how would you go to Spine Mountain afterwards? You slapped your forehead and sighed. Impulsive. You felt you shouldn't have killed the shadowy figure Yang Zhuo for a moment of satisfaction. Year 13. Just as you expected, the cultivators from Spine Mountain did not appear. During this year, your father Jiang Fushan stayed in the Jiang family mansion, focusing on his cultivation. He rarely involved himself in other matters and didn't leave the mansion, so how could he encounter anyone from Spine Mountain? Year 14. You realized that waiting for the people from Spine Mountain in Green Hills City was futile. Since that was the case, you decided not to stay in Green Hills City any longer. After all, in this simulation, You felt that going to Spine Mountain wasn't that important, especially since you didn't plan to cultivate martial Tao this time. You didn't need to borrow the heavenly thunder from beneath Spine Mountain. The night before leaving Green Hills City, you secretly returned to the Jiang family mansion. You left most of your resources for your father, Jiang Fushina's 600,000 spirit stones. Without waiting for your father to ask why, you turned and left immediately. You believed that since your father could reach the 8th layer of tribulation in just 30 years with limited resources through inheritance, his talent must be exceptional. So this time, you left most of your resources for him, hoping it might help him advance further. As for yourself, you picked up a spirit stone lying by your feet, not knowing who had dropped it, and put it into your storage ring. Resources? Aren't they just lying around everywhere? Actually, your current actions were also in preparation for the time when you would venture into the desert of death. If your father became stronger, the success rate would surely be higher. That's right, you thought that even if the people from Spine Mountain couldn't find your father, you knew roughly when they would venture into the desert of death. You figured you could ask your father to help out then. After finishing everything, you left Green Hills City and headed west. As for why you went west, it was because you knew that north of the Ceiling Formation was the desert of death, east was the Valley of Flames, and south was the Endless Sea. So based on your deduction, the west must be the Forest of 10,000 Swords. You planned to observe it from a distance. Along the way, you didn't just focus on traveling, you also spent a lot of time cultivating the immortal Tao. Year 15, you passed by a place called Sunset Mountain and accidentally found a spirit liquid pool. This discovery delighted you. Based on the annotations on cultivation knowledge you got from Beiru Oaksu in previous simulations, you knew that spirit liquid was 100 times more precious than spirit stones. Outside the southern regions, spirit stones were more like currency, used only by those with low cultivation levels. High-level cultivators used spirit liquid or other rare treasures. You had been using spirit stones for cultivation because, in the perilous southern regions, you couldn't obtain better resources. Looking at the pool of spirit liquid, you fell into deep thought. Should you use the spirit liquid now or save it to take out of the simulation? And the original Martial Saint realm surpassed the tribulation crossing stage in the immortal Tao, matching the power of the immortal realm. And he could fight above his level, terrifying. Suddenly, you seemed to realize something. The sealed land had 4 fierce beasts. You had seen the demonic dragon, the demonic phoenix, and the mystic turtle. If your guess was correct, the Forest of 10,000 Swords should be the tiger. And now you saw Wu Yao Dao's information, reincarnation of the white tiger. In an instant, you had a bad premonition. At that moment, you saw Wu Yao Dao appear in front of you in an instant. Without a word, he threw you into the Forest of 10,000 Swords. As soon as you landed in the forest, you were affected by the endless killing intent. Your eyes turned slightly red and violent. You had a strong urge to kill. Fortunately, you were still at the edge of the forest and could barely control yourself. You couldn't imagine the extent of the killing intent you'd face if you ventured deeper. Most people would probably turn into killing machines. You didn't dare stay in the forest and quickly ran out. But just as you exited, Wu Yao Dao appeared again and slapped you back into the forest. You were puzzled and confused. Based on your deduction, you thought Wu Yao Dao was the reincarnation of the white tiger, making him likely the reincarnation of the fierce beast here. You believed there was at least a 50% chance your guess was correct. If that were the case, you could understand if he wanted to kill you. But what did this mean? You were baffled. Was he torturing you? No, you didn't think it was that simple. You thought of the mystic turtle since it was imprisoned. Could the white tiger also be imprisoned here? Then, to break free from the restraints, it forcibly reincarnated as a human. Thinking of this, your eyes brightened. This matched the information you saw with the eye of insight. If that were the case, Wu Yao Dao's current actions towards you shouldn't be harmful after all. You were in the same boat. There must be a deeper meaning. Having figured this out, you didn't dwell on it further. You started cultivating amidst the killing intent. Whether your guess was right or not, you felt that with Wu Yao Dao outside, you couldn't leave anyway. Year 25, after so much time has passed, You can now withstand the killing intent at the edge of the forest of 10,000 swords. But you can feel that your own temperament has become more violent. Year 26. Wu Yao Dao appears again. He calmly steps into the forest of 10,000 swords, grabs you with one hand, and throws you deeper into the forest. The deeper you go into the forest of 10,000 swords, the stronger the killing intent becomes. As soon as you land, you are instantly engulfed by it. The terrifying killing intent directly affects your mind. You can no longer control yourself. All you can think about is killing, killing, killing everything. At this moment, Wu Yao Dao slaps you hard on the head, and you instantly regain your senses. But soon, the killing intent strikes again, and you feel yourself about to lose your consciousness once more. You can't help but shout, "Why?" You had thought that Wu Yao Dao might be trying to train you or help you comprehend killing intent or something. But the killing intent in this place has clearly exceeded your tolerance. This is no longer training. You know that if you stay here for long, you will become nothing more than a killing machine. Just before you lose your consciousness again, Wu Yao Dao coldly says, "HMPH. You have talent but lack a resilient mind." Wu Yao Dao is currently quite disdainful. He can't understand why, before his memory awakened, he would give the first part of the war god art to someone as useless as you. You can't even withstand such a slight amount of killing intent. But after you lose your consciousness, Wu Yao Dao keeps waking you up again and again. This cycle continues for over 10 years. There is now a faint trace of killing intent emanating from you. This is because you have now comprehended a sliver of killing intent, which counts as an entry-level understanding. Now, in the forest of 10,000 swords, you can move freely in all areas except the central region, where the killing intent is most overwhelming. At this moment, Wu Yao Dao appears beside you. He says to you coldly, "There have been no fierce beasts guarding this place for a long time. If you can withstand the killing intent in the central region, this place will be the safest route to leave the southern regions." After saying this, Wu Yao Dao glances at you, drops a book, and steps into the forest of 10,000 swords. You are not too surprised by Wu Yao Dao's words. After all, you had already guessed through the eye of insight that Wu Yao Dao might be the reincarnation of the fierce beast guarding this place. Since the guardian beast is no longer here, leaving the southern regions from here must be the simplest way. Those who don't know the inside story would never guess this by just looking at the killing intent outside the forest of 10,000 swords. Unfortunately, Jiang Yifeng could only complain to himself. Although he could influence his simulated self, he couldn't affect Wu Yao Dao in the simulation. In the end, Jiang Yifeng could only sigh and continue looking at the simulator panel. After Wu Yao Dao leaves, you also decide to leave the forest of 10,000 swords. Although you now know that this place is a way to leave the southern regions. But the killing intent in the central region is hundreds of times stronger than in the surrounding areas. You estimate that without a cultivator who has comprehended killing intent, even someone at the tribulation crossing stage or a martial Dao semi-saint would be corroded by the killing intent and turned into a killing puppet. Unless your comprehension of killing intent greatly improves, it's impossible to pass through here and leave the southern regions. As for continuing to comprehend killing intent here, you have thought about it, but now, 40 years have passed in the simulation, and you don't have much time left. You can't make a huge breakthrough in such a short time. Given this, you think it's better to head to the Desert of Death sooner. Maybe when the people from Spine Mountain are breaking through the Desert of Death, you might find the formation rift at the bottom of the desert. However, before that, you need to return to Green Hills City to find your father, Jiang Fushan. After all, the people from Spine Mountain probably can't withstand a few attacks from the demonic dragon. Year 42. You return to Green Hills City and find that the Jiang family is no longer there. After inquiring, you learn that they had moved away long ago. You are momentarily stunned, guessing that the cultivators from Spine Mountain might have eventually found your father, Jiang Fushan. Otherwise, you can't think of any other reason that would make your father move the entire Jiang family. So, without stopping, you rush at full speed towards the Desert of Death. Year 43. When you arrive at the Desert of Death, you see the people from Spine Mountain trying to force their way through the desert. This time, the one fighting the demonic dragon is still your father, Jiang Fushan. Seeing this, you sigh inwardly, realizing that he has indeed joined forces with the cultivators from Spine Mountain. However, this time, your father Jiang Fushan's cultivation has reached the 9th level of the Tribulation Crossing stage, higher than in previous simulations. You think it must be because you gave your father Jiang Fushan hundreds of thousands of spirit stones, which made a difference. After all, in previous simulations, you saw that your father Jiang Fushan had no resources and relied purely on talent and hard work for cultivation. Now, with your support of a large number of spirit stones, his higher cultivation level seems reasonable. You watch as your father Jiang Fushan battles the demonic dragon, and they seem evenly matched. Seeing this, you think that perhaps this time, there really is a chance to defeat the demonic dragon. While your father, Jiang Fushan, was battling the demonic dragon, you went directly to Old Li. You told him that the crack in the formation was at the bottom of the desert. You did this because, with your current cultivation level, you couldn't see the bottom of the desert. As for using escape techniques, you didn't know any. Even if you did, you couldn't possibly explore the entire bottom of the desert. The desert of death is simply too vast. You remember from the last simulation that Old Li, who was at the 7th layer of tribulation, flew with you for several days and still didn't fully traverse it. You even suspect that the desert of death might be as large as the current inhabited area of the southern regions. Old Li was skeptical about your words. After all, in this simulation, you hadn't met Old Li, nor had you spent much time together. However, Old Li thought that if what you said was true, it could save a lot of search time. The key point was that even at the bottom of the desert, with his 7th layer of tribulation cultivation, he could still detect something from above the desert if he deliberately searched. The only cost would be using a bit more divine sense. So, Old Li kept your words in mind. However, because you arrived at the desert of death late, you didn't have a chance to meet your father, Jiang Fushan. Old Li didn't know about your relationship, so he didn't take you along when he went to find the crack in the formation. You didn't mind this. Your goal was simply to find out if the crack in the formation was really at the bottom of the desert. 2 days later, Old Li indeed found the crack in the ceiling formation at the bottom of the desert. The battle between the demonic dragon and your father, Jiang Fushan, was still ongoing, and it was temporarily safe. Old Li didn't leave alone. Instead, he chose to inform everyone of the coordinates, including you. When you arrived at the crack in the formation, the place was already crowded with people, all of them cultivators from Spine Mountain. The area didn't look like a desert at all. The ground was covered in blue stone. After inquiring, you learned that many people, like you, had insufficient cultivation or didn't know escape techniques and couldn't reach the bottom of the desert on their own. So, the sand in this part of the desert had been moved away by Old Li using his powerful magic. As for why they were staying here and not leaving, it turned out they were worried about potential dangers outside the formation and decided to wait for Old Li, who was still transmitting the coordinates. You looked at the crack in the formation and hesitated for a moment. You thought these people were right, so you didn't leave alone. 3 days later, Old Li returned. Except for your father, Jiang Fushan, who was still fighting the demonic dragon, everyone else entered the crack in the formation together. At this moment, everyone was excited, thinking that they were heading towards a bright future. Some even began to dream about the wonders of the outside world. You hadn't gone far when you saw another dragon soul filled with resentment in the distance. This dragon soul was much weaker than the one fighting Old Li, only at the spirit transformation stage. But you knew you still weren't its match, so you changed direction before getting close. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. By this time, you were surrounded by a group of dragon souls filled with resentment. Seeing that you were surrounded, you had no choice but to fight. You died at the age of 63. This simulation has ended. You can choose 2 rewards from this simulation: Child of Fortune, Talent, Cultivation Level, Nascent Soul 6th Layer, True Meaning of the Killing Tao, Minor Achievement, War God Art, Martial Tao Ancient Texts. Child of Fortune, Talent, 1 million Energy Value. Cultivation Level, Nascent Soul 6th Layer, 6 million energy value. True meaning of the Killing Tao, minor achievement, 500 million energy value. War God Art, martial Tao ancient texts, 1 billion energy value. Jiang Yifeng looked at the end of the simulation and fell into deep thought. This time, although he left the desert of death, it wasn't safe. Why did he end up in a place filled with resentful dragon souls after leaving? Where exactly was that place? Was it really in the 9 mystic realm? Jiang Yifeng suddenly felt uncertain. Previously, Bairuoxiu had said that passing through the places guarded by 4 fierce beasts would allow one to leave the southern regions and reach other areas of the 9 mystic realm. Was that really correct? Jiang Yifeng hadn't thought about it carefully before, but now it seemed wrong. For example, the Endless Sea. From what he learned from the mystic turtle, it was impossible to get out of there. This time, after leaving the desert of death, he encountered a place filled with resentful dragon souls, which didn't seem like it was in the 9 mystic realm. In this light, the information he got from Bairuoxiu might not be accurate either. But thinking about it, it made sense. Bairuoxiu was just a cultivator at the 8th layer of tribulation. The Sealing Formation and the southern regions were all set up by mighty beings from the heavens. How could she know everything? Perhaps most of the information Bairuoxiu had gathered was hearsay or obtained through reading some ancient texts. However, can the contents recorded in these ancient texts be entirely reliable? If powerful beings in the heavens were to manipulate things, would it be difficult for them to alter the records in some ordinary cultivator's texts? It should be quite easy. Jiang Yifeng shook his head. It seems that many things still need to be explored step by step in simulations. What you hear isn't necessarily true. Without further thought, Jiang Yifeng turned his attention to the simulation rewards. Not dwelling on it any longer, Jiang Yifeng focused on the simulation rewards before him. The cultivation level of the immortal Tao, nascent soul, 6th layer, was immediately ruled out. This simulation wasted a lot of time without focusing on cultivation. Otherwise, Jiang Yifeng felt he could have had a chance to break through to a higher level. As for the other 3 rewards, they were all quite good. The talent Child of Fortune, just from the name, you could tell how strong it was. In this simulation, not only did he not spend his own spirit stones, but the more he cultivated, the more he gained. He even encountered a spirit liquid pool. Most astonishingly, he almost seized his father Jiang Fushan's inheritance. If it weren't for his simulated self refusing, that inheritance would have been his. Then there was the true meaning of the Killing Tao, minor achievement. Don't underestimate it just because it's a minor achievement. It took Wu Yao Dao, a master reincarnated as the White Tiger, over 10 years to help him achieve it. Without Wu Yao Dao's assistance, Jiang Yifeng felt it would have taken decades, if not 100 years, to accomplish. Lastly, there was the martial arts text War God Art, which is essentially the White Tiger's inheritance. It not only contains martial cultivation techniques but also battle skills. This was something Jiang Yifeng urgently needed. In reality, this could be obtained. But Jiang Yifeng thought, who knows when Wu Yao Dao would awaken his memories of being the White Tiger reincarnate. After all, it seemed that Wu Yao Dao only had the War God Art after his awakening. And even if he did awaken, Wu Yao Dao was no longer in Green Hills City. He hadn't appeared since the last bandit extermination mission. Ultimately, Jiang Yifeng decided to go for the War God Art first. This was a guarantee for future martial advancement. Although there would be opportunities to obtain it in future simulations, he felt it was better to get it now. After all, the actions of characters in previous simulations weren't always consistent. Jiang Yifeng wasn't sure if he might accidentally do something that would cause a negative butterfly effect, changing Wu Yao Dao's mind. So he silently recited, I choose Child of Fortune, Talent, and War God Art. Jiang Yifeng had hesitated over this choice. After all, Child of Fortune seemed to only help him obtain resources. Even a few cubic meters of sand would only yield a tiny bit of energy. Jiang Yifeng feared that even if he emptied Green Hills City, it wouldn't amount to much energy. Of course, this was because he was too cautious. If he were willing to take risks, He could just leave Green Hills City and devour a few mountains in the wilderness to get a large amount of energy. But the consequence of doing that would definitely be getting discovered by the Immortal Arrival Sect's immortal slaves. From the simulations, it was clear that the Immortal Arrival Sect had spies in many places. If large areas of forest disappeared, it wouldn't go unnoticed. After giving his instructions, Jiang Yifeng leisurely walked towards the Spring Blossom Pavilion. Listening to music in a pleasure house was a worldly pleasure that he couldn't miss daily. Just as he stepped out of the Jiang family mansion, a few spirit stones fell at his feet. Jiang Yifeng frowned and sighed inwardly, careless. He had only thought of the benefits of being a child of fortune. He completely forgot that in reality, he needed to be cautious. These resources that came to him weren't so easy to take. From previous simulations, Jiang Yifeng knew that these spirit stones didn't appear out of thin air. They must have been dropped by some immortal slave. If he picked them up, the other party would appear, and then he'd lose his life and storage ring. This complete process of delivering resources had happened many times in the simulations. So should he pick them up or not? In the end, Jiang Yifeng walked past the spirit stones as if he hadn't seen them. Just a few spirit stones picking them up might expose his identity as a cultivator. Not worth it. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these days, Jiang Yifeng clearly felt what it meant to be a child of fortune. Every time he went out, he encountered spirit stones falling from the sky. He really didn't know what those immortal slaves were thinking. Wouldn't it be better to keep the spirit stones in their storage rings? Even if he didn't go out, he could always find the silver notes he had lost in his room. Besides the troubles brought by being a child of fortune, there was also good news. Jiang Yifeng didn't know if it was the talent of child of fortune at work. In just 1 week, the butler Jiang Defu managed to find tens of thousands of tons of minerals. The key was that these minerals weren't expensive, but their energy value was quite high. Jiang Yifeng had the minerals transported to an uninhabited place and converted them, gaining a total of 6 billion energy points. Tick-tock, time passed by the second. Finally, the simulation count refreshed. Jiang Yifeng had long been waiting in his room. As soon as the count refreshed, he silently recited, "Start simulation." Simulation attempt consumed, 1, remaining attempts, 0. Drawing a blue talent costs 1 million energy value. Drawing a purple talent costs 10 million energy value. Please select. Draw a purple talent. Ding. 10 million energy value deducted. Drawing purple talent. Remaining energy value, 6.6 billion. Congratulations, host has obtained the talent. Heaven rewards diligence. Heaven rewards diligence. Every effort you make will yield results. Jiang Yifeng glanced at the talent he had just acquired. The description seemed simple, but he was familiar with this talent. He had seen it often in web novels. In his previous life, this was a top-tier talent. As long as he put in the effort, he would see results, although the extent of those results was unknown. With this talent, he would never face any bottlenecks in his future cultivation. A great talent, he had to have it. Without further thought, Jiang Yifeng continued to look at the simulator. 20th simulation begins. You know you have entered the simulation. On the first day, you left the Jiang family mansion under the cover of night. This time, you did not plan to head to the Evergreen Mountain Range or the Endless Sea. You traveled westward, heading towards the Forest of 10,000 Swords. In the first year, aside from picking up a few spirit stones and killing a few immortal slaves who dropped spirit stones, nothing significant happened. In the second year, you arrived at Sunset Mountain and discovered a pool of spirit liquid. You collected all the spirit liquid but did not use it. In the third year, you arrived at the Forest of 10,000 Swords. Seeing this, Jiang Yifeng in reality silently muttered, "Begin deep simulation for 7 years." Ding! Deep simulation for 7 years initiated. Consuming 613.2 million energy value. Remaining energy value, 6 billion. As the electronic voice of the simulator faded, Jiang Yifeng's consciousness entered the simulation. He looked at the eerie killing intent in the Forest of 10,000 Swords, feeling a chill down his spine. "Come on, Jiang Yifeng, you can do this." Jiang Yifeng muttered to himself, giving himself a pep talk before walking into the Forest of 10,000 Swords. Yes, This time, he intended to use deep simulation to acquire killing intent. According to Jiang Yifeng's understanding, this killing intent was a mental and conscious level phenomenon. It could be obtained through deep simulation. You saw a giant white tiger's corpse, exuding intense killing intent, but you were mad and didn't care. In the 23rd year, you saw a crack in a formation. You had no thoughts but still walked in. After walking through the crack in the formation, you found yourself in a vast mountain range. You wandered aimlessly, only wanting to kill. In the 24th year, a figure suddenly appeared in front of you. Your eyes were blood red, and you attacked him excitedly. The person looked at you, sighed, and tapped your forehead with 2 fingers, instantly calming you down. 3 days later, you slowly woke up, and your self-awareness gradually returned. You saw Wu Yaodao standing in front of you. Wu Yaodao scolded you, saying that being reckless and being brave are 2 different things. You knew Wu Yaodao was referring to your reckless entry into the forest of 10,000 swords, leaving you speechless. You felt some disdain for your real self outside the simulation. This deep simulation plan was something you had planned before entering the simulation, so you knew it must have been your real self outside the simulation that couldn't handle it. In reality, Jiang Yifeng's face darkened. He had been disdained by his simulated self. Forget it, no point in arguing with a tool. So he continued to look at the simulator. After seeing you were fine, Wu Yaodao handed you the war god art and prepared to leave. Seeing this, you quickly asked him how to reach other regions from here. Although you didn't have memories from the deep simulation, you still remembered the madness after it ended. You knew you had accidentally left the southern regions. Since that was the case, you naturally wanted to explore other regions. Wu Yaodao didn't hide anything from you. He told you that heading west would lead you to other regions. But he also warned you that the journey was dangerous, with many places filled with killing intent. He advised you to improve your strength or killing intent before going. After saying this, Wu Yaodao left. In the end, you heeded Wu Yaodao's advice and didn't recklessly head to other regions. Since you needed to improve, you decided to do so. However, the direction you chose to improve wasn't killing intent. You started cultivating the combat techniques in the War God art. The War God art contained 3 combat techniques: Sword of Killing Intent, War God Body, and Silent Destruction Fist. Sword of Killing Intent required a strong comprehension of killing intent to cultivate. With your current level of killing intent, you couldn't cultivate it, so it was immediately passed over. War God Body was a technique that required continuous combat to cultivate, but since you were alone, you couldn't meet this condition. The only technique left for you to cultivate was Silent Destruction Fist. Silent Destruction Fist emphasized that with one punch, everything would be annihilated. Year 25, you spent a year practicing the Silent Destruction Fist, but unfortunately, you still haven't grasped it. You understand that this is inevitable. The level of this fist technique is too high, making it inherently difficult to master. However, you haven't given up. With the talent heaven rewards diligence, you believe that as long as you practice enough, you will eventually get the hang of it. Year 32, after spending more than 7 years, you finally reached the entry level of the Silent Destruction Fist. You used the Silent Destruction Fist, and with a punch, the violent primordial energy surged out through your fist. Boom! The force of the punch landed, and the surrounding flowers, plants, and trees all turned to ashes. A huge crater appeared on the ground. You looked at the crater you created and then at your fist, momentarily stunned. Previously, when you used spiritual energy to smash the ground, you could create craters, but the depth was incomparable to what the Silent Destruction Fist achieved, at least dozens of times deeper. This is too exaggerated. Just the entry level of the Silent Destruction Fist has caused such a drastic change in your strength. You feel that with your current strength, you could easily annihilate a group of opponents with a single punch compared to your previous self without battle techniques. However, you also understand that battle techniques vary in strength, and the Silent Destruction Fist is undoubtedly one of the strongest, hence the significant difference. Other weaker battle techniques can also enhance combat power, but the improvement is much smaller. Since the Silent Destruction Fist is so powerful, You quickly calm your mind and continue practicing. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 years have passed. Year 47, while practicing the silent destruction fist, you triggered the talent random enlightenment, gaining 7 times the training speed and more active thoughts. This enlightenment lasted for a year, and your practice of the silent destruction fist progressed significantly, though it did not break through to the next level. Even so, the power of your silent destruction fist increased several times. At this moment, you feel eager to find someone to spar with. Obviously, you're overthinking it. There's not a soul in sight, and you don't have the opportunity. Year 50, while you were practicing, a sudden gust of wind carrying intense killing intent attacked. You frowned slightly, instinctively thinking, is someone attacking you? You quickly used the wind-chasing art to dodge in time. The wind carrying killing intent brushed past you, affecting you slightly but not injuring you. Moreover, the killing intent here seemed to carry a different aura, giving the impression that it could erupt at any moment. At this moment, you also understood where the winds carrying killing intent came from. It was here. You saw that killing intent occasionally formed into hurricanes and drifted in all directions. Not only that, but you also saw killing intent from other places constantly converging here. You couldn't understand why. You only knew that this place was not somewhere you could approach now, and you needed to leave quickly. Just then, you heard the roar of a tiger. You saw the sea of killing intent moving and eventually condensing into the form of a white tiger. The sea of killing intent, now in the form of a white tiger, looked at you and then let out a roar. The surging killing intent transformed into sound waves, attacking you. The speed of the sound waves was extremely fast, and knowing you couldn't escape, you immediately used the minor accomplishment stage of the silent destruction fist to block. After you used the silent destruction fist, the sea of killing intent in the form of a white tiger paused momentarily, seemingly confused. But soon, it roared in anger again. Your silent destruction fist struggled to block one wave of killing intent, let alone 2. You died at the age of 96. This simulation has ended. You can choose 2 rewards from this simulation. Heaven rewards diligence, talent, silent destruction fist, minor accomplishment, pseudo-spirit liquid, a pool, killing intent, entry level. Heaven rewards diligence, talent, 1 million energy value. Silent destruction fist, minor accomplishment, 100 million energy value. Pseudo-spirit liquid, a pool, 10 billion energy value. Impure spirit liquid, several times less effective than pure spirit liquid. True meaning of the killing Tao, entry level, 100 million energy value. Jiang Yifeng stared at the simulator, lost in thought. This time, during the simulation, he accidentally left the southern regions. After leaving the forest of 10,000 swords, he indeed cultivated quietly for a period. But that period was only 50 years. After that, there were constant invasions of violent winds, making it impossible for him to cultivate. It seemed that even if he replicated this simulation, he wouldn't gain much simulation time. He still needed to find a way to enter other major regions. Jiang Yifeng thought that perhaps only in other major regions of the 9 mystic realm could he develop safely. However, after these 2 simulations, a bold guess emerged in Jiang Yifeng's mind. Behind the formation crack in the desert of death, there were dragon corpses everywhere, filled with the resentful dragon souls. Could that be the cemetery of the dragon clan? And behind the forest of 10,000 swords was an ocean filled with killing intent, even forming into the shape of a white tiger. Jiang Yifeng speculated that this might also be the fallen land of the White Tiger clan. After all, he learned from the simulation that the White Tiger clan had been completely annihilated, leaving only Wu Yaodao as the reincarnated one. If he dared to think even bolder, could the area behind the endless sea be the cemetery of the mystic turtle clan? And the great wilderness behind the Valley of Flames, the cemetery of the Phoenix clan? Was there a powerful being in the immortal realm who exterminated the 4 divine beasts, leaving only one and throwing it into the southern regions? Then using their clan cemeteries to place outside the formation cracks to control and utilize them to guard the formation cracks? Jiang Yifeng kept pondering various possibilities. Soon, he shook his head, Something didn't seem right. He had been to the great wilderness in the simulation and didn't see the corpses of the Phoenix clan. Besides being desolate, there were people living there, and there were no signs of a Phoenix cemetery. Moreover, Bairuoxu had entered from outside the Endless Sea. If it was the cemetery of the Mystic Turtle clan, she should have seen it clearly. Apart from these, Jiang Yifeng also thought that if a powerful being in the sky wanted to control these divine beasts, they wouldn't need to use such coercive methods. Still too few clues. Jiang Yifeng muttered to himself, not continuing to think about these issues. He turned his attention to the rewards of this simulation. There was no need to hesitate about the rewards this time. The true meaning of the killing Tao, beginner, had already been obtained through deep simulation. And that pseudo-spirit liquid, a pond, although a good cultivation resource for now, was too expensive. At this moment, Jiang Yifeng also realized that any physical reward seemed to require a lot of energy value. For example, a single spirit stone cost 10,000 energy value. Initially, when his cultivation was low, the consumption was high, and he didn't think it was expensive, so he exchanged quite a few. No matter what choices he made, it was difficult to leave this sealed southern regions unless his strength reached an extremely powerful realm, and this realm, Jiang Yifeng thought, might be above the immortal realm. But this wasn't something that could be achieved in a short time. Since his strength was improving slowly, would upgrading the simulator bring new functions or talents to help him? Thinking of this, Jiang Yifeng, with a try-it-out mentality, asked the simulator, "Simulator, what realm is needed for the next upgrade?" Ding, hint. Upgrading this simulator to version 4.0 requires consuming 10 billion energy value and the host reaching the nascent soul stage or true core realm. Jiang Yifeng almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. So, he was being foolish again? He initially thought upgrading the simulator required a higher realm. After all, when he reached the cow formation stage, he unlocked the upgrade conditions for version 3.0 of the simulator. He thought it wouldn't be the next realm to meet the upgrade conditions. It turned out he was overthinking. Since that was the case, Jiang Yifeng hurriedly ran out of the room. Jiang Yifeng directly found the butler, Jiang Defu, and told him to gather 10,000 tons of the same ore as last time within a week, no matter what. Last time, 10,000 tons of ore earned him 6 billion energy value. As long as he got another 10,000 tons, plus his current 5.9 billion energy value, it would be enough to upgrade the simulator. Seeing his young master so urgent, Jiang Defu didn't dare refuse and hurriedly went to prepare. After confirming there were no issues, Jiang Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that as long as Jiang Defu agreed, it would be done. After all, Jiang Defu was a reliable butler and never made promises he couldn't keep. With everything settled, Jiang Yifeng leisurely walked towards the Spring Blossom Pavilion to listen to music. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. A week passed quickly. Not long ago, Jiang Defu, right at the last moment, gathered 10,000 tons of ore for Jiang Yifeng. Those ores were secretly transported by Jiang Defu to the remote old residence of the Jiang family. After dismissing everyone, Jiang Yifeng successfully exchanged all the ores for 6 billion energy value. His total energy value now reached over 11.9 billion. Now, the conditions for upgrading the simulator were met. Jiang Yifeng returned to his room and immediately muttered to himself, "Upgrade the simulator." Ding, the simulator has been upgraded to version 4.0, consuming 10 billion energy value, with 1.9 billion energy value remaining. Simulator 4.0, blue talent extraction removed, chance-based orange talent acquisition enabled. Note: extracting orange talent does not guarantee an orange talent. There is a 50% chance of obtaining a purple talent. Settings modification: the reward for cultivation levels after simulation will be collectively termed as Divine Tao, occupying only one reward slot. This will include Martial Tao cultivation and Immortal Tao cultivation. New feature: talent storage pool enabled. The host can place unused talents from reality into the storage pool and retrieve one during simulation. WTF, WTF, WTF. Jiang Yifeng exclaimed repeatedly in astonishment. The upgrade effects of this simulator are explosive, enabling orange talent extraction. Jiang Yifeng wasn't sure how strong orange talents were, but purple talents were already formidable, so orange talents must be even stronger. The simulator also indicated that orange talents are chance-based, further proving their power. Otherwise, why would there be such a restriction? As for the settings modification, it came at the perfect time. Jiang Yifeng always felt that the reward options after each simulation were too few, especially since he was cultivating the Divine Tao previously. He could only choose 2 options each time, making it difficult to improve without simultaneous extraction. If he got a good talent, his strength would be stuck. If he chose strength, the talent would be wasted. Moreover, now that he was also cultivating combat techniques, the reward options were even more insufficient. This upgrade directly solved his problem. From now on, whether it's martial Tao or immortal Tao, it can be bundled into one reward for extraction. He no longer had to worry about not being able to advance due to insufficient reward options. As for the last feature, the talent storage pool, Jiang Yifeng could only say it came too late. If this feature had come earlier, he would have chosen the Calamity Physique talent. Back then, even the demonic phoenix at the peak of tribulation crossing in the Valley of Flames was tormented to the point of losing its realm because of this talent. If he had the Calamity Physique now, Jiang Yifeng could carry it before each simulation and then start the simulation. Wouldn't he be able to leave the sealed land in the southern regions unscathed every time? Although he would be killed by the wild sect in the Great Wilderness that was simulated for over 100 years. Sigh. This made you deeply feel the difference between the 5 elements heavenly spiritual route and the thunder fire true spiritual route. Previously, each simulation took 5 to 6 years to advance a realm. Now, it only took 2 years to break through. This made you sigh in admiration. Orange talents are indeed powerful. In the 3rd year, Bairuoxu descended. She examined you and asked if you were willing to take her as your master. You nodded repeatedly in agreement. After all, you were waiting here for this benefactor. 3 days later, Bairuoxu asked if you were willing to leave with her. You knew you couldn't leave the endless sea, and this time you didn't plan to closely observe the ceiling formation to cultivate formation Tao. So, you shook your head and refused, finding an excuse, saying you didn't want to leave this place. Bairuoxu thought for a moment and didn't force you. In the end, she left a storage ring full of resources for you and left alone. After Bairuoxu left, you didn't stay there long either. You chose to head westward. You remembered that there was a pool of spirit liquid waiting for you at Sunset Mountain. In the 4th year, you encountered a bit of trouble. You accidentally picked up a spirit stone from an immortal slave, who had the strength of the 3rd level of the elemental infant realm. You were only at the 2nd level of the elemental infant realm, facing an immortal slave at the 3rd level. It was a tough battle, making you a bit nervous. But despite the nerves, you didn't run away. You knew you were cultivating the ancient divine Tao and had now mastered the silent destruction fist at a small success stage and the entry-level true meaning of the killing Tao. You thought you should be a genius too. Fighting across levels shouldn't be a problem. So you unleashed all your strength, integrating it into the silent destruction fist, and punched towards the immortal slave. In an instant, the void trembled, and under your silent destruction fist, the 3rd level elemental infant realm immortal slave didn't even leave ashes. You were stunned for a moment, muttering to yourself, "Am I really this strong?" This battle made you roughly understand your own strength. You felt that you had accumulated enough and finally stood up after being weak in previous simulations. You couldn't help but shout, "I am a genius!" Boom. At that moment, a thunderclap resounded. You were startled, thinking it was heavenly thunder descending. It wasn't until you saw the torrential rain following the thunder that you breathed a sigh of relief. So it was just rain. However, the thunder also extinguished the bit of bravado that had just risen in your heart. You kept reminding yourself, the enemy is too powerful. Stay low, you must be cautious. In the 5th year, you arrived at Sunset Mountain. After searching for a while, you finally found the spirit liquid pool. You immediately began your cultivation there. In the 6th year, Thanks to the effects of the pseudo-spirit liquid, you broke through from the second level of nascent soul to the third level within a year. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. In the 9th year, your cultivation level had reached the 6th level of nascent soul. By this time, the pseudo-spirit liquid in the spirit liquid pool had been completely consumed by you. Looking at the dried-up pool, you felt a bit unsatisfied. The feeling of rapid improvement was truly exhilarating. You sighed and headed towards Green Hills City. This time, you didn't plan to go to the Forest of 10,000 Swords. Although in the last simulation, you accidentally stumbled out of the southern regions after going mad, you weren't sure if you could replicate that situation. It was too random. Of course, you could gamble on the talent of being a child of fortune. But you felt that your child of fortune talent seemed fake, only responsible for resources, with no significant change in luck in other aspects. In the 11th year, you returned to Green Hills City. This time, you didn't hide outside but returned to the Jiang family. Your father, Jiang Fushan, was overjoyed to see you return safely after so many years. To celebrate, all the Jiang clan firms' businesses in Green Hills City held massive sales. Soon, the news of your return spread throughout Green Hills City. It seemed to be making a choice. In the end, you gave your father Jiang Fushan a push towards the light orb. Seeing this, the inheritance smoothly merged into your father Jiang Fushan's body. You had considered taking the inheritance yourself, but then you thought it would be better to steadily improve this time. Your goal was to break through a major realm. Since you were cultivating the Divine Tao, you needed to advance both Martial Tao and Immortal Tao simultaneously to achieve perfection and break through the major realm. You felt you needed to find Spine Mountain and use the heavenly thunder beneath it to cultivate Martial Tao. If you took the inheritance, you weren't sure if you could find Spine Mountain. So, to be safe, you gave up the inheritance. As long as your father obtained it, he would connect with the cultivators of Spine Mountain. You could then take the opportunity to go to Spine Mountain with him. As for the inheritance, you left it for your future self to explore. After confirming your father had received the inheritance, you woke up the knocked-out members of the Jiang clan convoy and sent them on their way. After everything was done, you returned to the inheritance hall, staying by your father's side to protect him. 3 days later, a shadowy figure named Yang Zuo appeared. He arrogantly shouted, "You are not worthy of receiving the Immortal Tao inheritance." Looking at his 9th level cow formation cultivation and comparing it to your 6th level nascent soul cultivation, you grinned. You felt it was finally your moment to show off. You had waited for this day for a long time. You stepped forward, stood before Yang Zuo, and muttered, "Trash," before slapping him on the head. Just as you were about to continue showing off, Yang Zuo's head exploded, splattering you with blood, ruining your luxurious clothes. Just like that, you couldn't believe Yang Zuo was so weak. Feeling a bit displeased, you cursed, "Damn, I wasn't even serious." After a brief moment of cursing, you realized that showing off wasn't as satisfying as you thought. Finally, you muttered, "Forget it," feeling that perhaps you were more suited to staying low. Showing off wasn't your forte. In the blink of an eye, several days passed, and your father, Jiang Fushan, finally fully integrated the inheritance. At this moment, he also understood the general situation of the southern regions and no longer needed your detailed explanations. In the 13th year, you and your father, Jiang Fushan, returned to Green Hills City. Upon returning, you both went into seclusion to cultivate. In the 14th year, your cultivation level broke through to the 7th layer of the nascent soul stage. This breakthrough was within your expectations. Although it seemed like you only cultivated for a year, you had been cultivating whenever you had time, whether traveling or doing other things. Adding this year of seclusion, this breakthrough was the result of accumulation. In the 15th year, while you were cultivating, you suddenly felt uneasy. When you opened your eyes to observe the outside world, you saw strange phenomena in the sky. What is happening? Suddenly, you were startled, thinking that when you broke through the cow formation stage, there were also celestial phenomena. Could it be that someone is breaking through now? You quickly used your divine sense to scan Green Hills City until you probed your father, Jiang Fushan's seclusion room. A look of relief appeared on your face. You realized that it was your father, Jiang Fushan, breaking through to the cow formation stage. That explained everything. After all, you knew that your father could cultivate to the 8th or even 9th layer of tribulation crossing in just over 30 years. Now, breaking through to the cow formation stage in 2 years, with some celestial phenomena, seemed quite reasonable. But why had you never seen such phenomena before? Quickly, you figured it out. It seemed normal not to have seen them. In your previous simulations, you were never with your father, Jiang Fushan. You were always developing on your own. Before you could think more, you sensed a large number of immortal slaves flooding into Green Hills City. All the immortal slaves were pointing their swords at the Jiang family mansion. You immediately felt a chill down your spine. Run was the only word in your mind. Quickly, you arrived at your father, Jiang Fushan's seclusion place, ready to call him to escape together. You recalled that in a previous simulation, the simulator showed that when you broke through to the cow formation stage, you were also struck by heavenly thunder. Even though Old Li helped you block one bolt of heavenly thunder, you still didn't escape in the end. That was also your shortest simulation time. That time, the sect master of the immortal arrival sect, Shenhua Ayo, reported to the celestial being, suspecting that a 10-grade golden core cultivator might appear, so the celestial being intervened. It seemed that your father, Jiang Fushan, was undoubtedly a 10-grade golden core, otherwise, such a situation wouldn't occur. Although you had guessed the general situation, you had no solution at the moment. However, you were not anxious but rather curious. After all, in previous simulations, your father always safely cultivated to the 8th layer of tribulation crossing. You wanted to know how your father, Jiang Fushan, avoided this deadly heavenly thunder. While you were lost in thought, the heavenly thunder directly struck towards your father, Jiang Fushan. Old Li was about to help block it, but your father quickly pushed him away, shaking his head. At this moment, your father's body flashed with white light, and his entire demeanor changed, as if he had become a different person. Then you saw him shout towards the sky, "Back off! You are not worthy to touch my air. Let your master come himself." As his voice fell, you saw the heavenly thunder actually retreat. You were dumbfounded. So powerful? However, you roughly understood that the one speaking just now was not your father but the inheritance. But this inheritance seemed too powerful. You now regretted a bit, thinking that if the inheritance was so powerful, you could have taken it yourself and used it to leave the southern regions. Quickly, you shook your head, thinking things couldn't be that simple. If the inheritance was truly so powerful, why did your father never leave the southern regions in previous simulations? There must be some other reason. Before you could think more, after the heavenly thunder retreated, your father immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, his aura weakening. You quickly ran over to support him, asking what had just happened. Your father gave a bitter smile and told you that it was a remnant consciousness of the inheritance master, which has now completely dissipated. He explained that the master of the inheritance was a significant figure in the immortal realm during his lifetime. Now, he was merely using the lingering power from his past to intimidate the one controlling the heavenly thunder. Your father also mentioned that the consciousness was already on the verge of dissipating and had no actual strength left. Even without this incident, it wouldn't have lasted much longer. If the heavenly thunder had truly struck down just now, there would have been no way to resist it. After hearing this, you understood everything. With this, all the events made sense. Your father was able to avoid the heavenly thunder during his breakthrough because he borrowed the lingering power of the inheritance master. And your father couldn't truly escape the southern regions because the inheritance master had no strength left and his consciousness was fading. Your father himself didn't have time to break through to a higher realm while traversing the desert of death. In the following days, you, your father Jiang Fushan, and the Jiang family settled down at Spine Mountain. In the 16th year, you displayed astonishing talent in the formation Dao. You helped the cultivators of Spine Mountain set up several high-grained gathering spirit arrays. You received their gratitude and were rewarded with hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. In the 17th year, while cultivating the immortal Dao, you triggered a random enlightenment, increasing your cultivation speed eightfold and making your mind more active. This enlightenment lasted for 10 months, and your cultivation level in the immortal Tao directly reached the peak of the nascent soul stage. Seeing that your immortal Tao cultivation had reached its peak, you decided it was time to start cultivating martial Tao. However, before that, you found your father Jiang Fushan and gave him all the remaining spirit stones you had, urging him to cultivate quickly. After doing this, you went straight to old Li and told him you wanted to observe the formations left by Senior Liu Aya. As you wished, you entered those formations. In the 18th year, you continuously observed the formations and found the place where the underground thunder originated. However, you did not immediately set up a formation to draw out the underground heavenly thunder, because old Li still occasionally visited in the past year. You felt that you couldn't persuade the people of Spine Mountain to resolve the underground heavenly thunder together, so it was better not to let them know what you were doing. Otherwise, if they drove you away, you would lose a valuable place for cultivating martial Tao. In the 19th year, old Li rarely came by anymore. In the 20th year, you set up an inverted 7th grade thunder conduction formation. This breakthrough in martial Tao also had an unexpected outcome. You discovered that your nascent soul was also integrating the primordial energy shield into itself. Apart from this, nothing else unusual happened. This breakthrough took you 3 months, and your martial Tao advanced to the first level of the Unity realm. After the breakthrough, you looked at your nascent soul and felt something was off. Is this still a nascent soul? It had a primordial spirit and a martial Tao protective energy shield. No, the shield had now been integrated into its body. No matter how you looked at it, your nascent soul seemed more like a miniature cultivator. Unable to figure it out, you decided to ignore it. After all, it was something you had cultivated, so it shouldn't be harmful. In fact, what you didn't know was that it wasn't just harmless, it was incredibly beneficial. This was the true power of the Divine Tao. The key to the Divine Tao lies in the nascent soul. It's well known that strong cultivators in the immortal Tao have 2 fatal weaknesses, the nascent soul and the primordial spirit. But because of your unique nascent soul, you essentially have only one weakness, the nascent soul. Even if your primordial spirit perishes, you still have another one within your nascent soul, allowing you to survive. And the nascent soul of the Divine Tao has a defense as strong as martial Tao, making it difficult to kill. In other words, cultivators of the same level in the immortal Tao or martial Tao can't kill you. Of course, you didn't know any of this, you just felt that your nascent soul was peculiar. After the breakthrough, you found old Li. You told old Li that there was a problem with the formation left by Senior Liu Aya and hoped everyone could work together to resolve it. Old Li quickly gathered everyone for a meeting. In the end, your proposal was rejected. You gave a helpless smile, realizing it still wouldn't work. You didn't say anything more and continued your cultivation. In the 42nd year, the formation left by Senior Liu Aya collapsed, causing heavy casualties at Spine Mountain. Seeing this situation, you were helpless. After all, a year ago, you had already warned everyone, but unfortunately, your words carried little weight, and most people didn't believe you. In the 43rd year, old Li led the remaining cultivators of Spine Mountain to find your father, Jiang Fushan, to discuss breaking out of the sealed land together. Because you had given your father a lot of spirit stone resources more than 20 years ago, accelerating his cultivation progress, his cultivation level had now reached the 9th level of Tribulation Crossing. Your father volunteered to lead the charge and stated that he could set off at any time. Upon hearing this, old Li and the others were naturally delighted. Having a master like your father, at the 9th level of Tribulation Crossing, leading the way undoubtedly increased their chances of breaking through the sealing formation. So they decided to set off immediately to brave the desert of death. You, who had been listening all along, quickly spoke up to stop them. In this simulation, you had decided from the beginning to change the timing of venturing into the desert of death. After all, you knew that the heavenly thunder would descend in 10 years, so there was no rush to enter the desert of death. You thought that since your father could cultivate from immortal to the 9th level of Tribulation Crossing in just over 30 years, what could he achieve with another 10 years? You believed that it was not impossible for your father to reach the realm of a celestial being by then. Once your father had the cultivation level of a celestial being, breaking through the ceiling formation would be much easier. With a celestial father by your side, would there still be much danger from the dragon souls behind the formation's rift? It was precisely because you knew there was still time that you jumped out to oppose. Hearing your objection, everyone turned to look at you. Their gazes were no longer friendly. After all, if they couldn't leave here, most of them would likely be struck down by the heavenly thunder. Only your father, Jiang Fushan, looked at you with a smile and told you not to worry about his safety. You didn't care about the others' gazes, as you understood their feelings, but you had your reasons. However, facing your father's words, you felt a bit guilty for a moment. You knew this was a simulation, not reality, so you hadn't worried about your father's safety at all. But you quickly adjusted and explained to everyone. You said that the guardian beasts were too powerful and suggested that everyone cultivate for a while longer before making the attempt. Everyone understood your point, but since they didn't know when the heavenly thunder would descend, there weren't many voices of agreement. Oh no. You were momentarily stunned. You thought you should have anticipated this. If even breaking through to a 10-grade golden core would attract heavenly thunder controlled by celestial beings, how much more so for breaking through to the celestial realm? Unlike your worries, your father, Jiang Fushan, laughed heartily and shouted, "Bring it on!" Then you saw him directly attack the purple-red heavenly thunder. A few minutes later, your father, Jiang Fushan, was unharmed, but the purple-red heavenly thunder had completely dissipated. WTF, awesome, Dad. Seeing this, you were already jumping with joy in your heart. You thought that with such a strong father, the simulation duration would be stable from now on. But would it really be so? Just as the purple-red heavenly thunder dissipated, the void suddenly tore open. A giant hand that covered the sky descended from above. As this hand fell, the entire southern regions began to collapse. No one in the southern regions survived. You died at the age of 71. This simulation has ended. You can choose 2 rewards from this simulation: 5 elements heavenly spiritual root, talent, divine Tao cultivation. 5 elements heavenly spiritual root, talent, price 10 million energy value. Divine Tao cultivation, price 300 million energy value. Note, includes immortal Tao cultivation, Spirit Transformation Level 3, and Martial Tao Cultivation, Unity Realm Level 1. The abrupt end of this simulation caught Jiang Yifeng off guard. Earlier, he had watched as his father, Jiang Fushan, broke through to become a celestial and thought everything was secure. He planned to leverage his father's powerful strength to extend the simulation duration and improve his cultivation. But in the end, something unexpected happened. Jiang Yifeng was now somewhat puzzled. That giant hand covering the sky must have been the work of a powerful celestial being. But based on the information he had gathered from the mystic turtle, this shouldn't have happened. The previous assumption was that powerful celestial beings were playing a game in the sealed land of the southern regions and wouldn't easily make a move. So why did things suddenly change now? Finally, Jiang Yifeng sighed and muttered to himself, "Forget it, I still don't understand enough now. I'll figure it out eventually." Then he turned his attention to the rewards from this simulation. The rewards this time were quite good, just 2 items, so there was no need to agonize over the selection. In fact, this was part of his pre-simulation plan, intentionally designed to achieve this outcome. He believed that focusing on one thing during the simulation would be more cost-effective. If he practiced too many things during the simulation, the reward options would increase, but they wouldn't be useful if he couldn't bring them out. It's better to specialize in one area. This way, he could make better use of the time in the simulation. Of course, Jiang Yifeng also understood that upgrading the simulator brought additional benefits. Otherwise, separating Immortal Tao and Martial Tao each time would take up 2 options. Moreover, his Divine Tao cultivation required simultaneous breakthroughs in both Immortal and Martial Tao, and he had to exchange them at the same time for a major realm upgrade. So, this time, he either couldn't choose a talent, or his cultivation would be stuck at the nascent Soul Realm and True Core Realm. Jiang Yifeng felt fortunate to have discovered the issue with upgrading the simulator in time. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how much slower his progress would be. Without further thought, Jiang Yifeng silently chanted, "Exchange all." Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 5 elements heavenly spiritual root, talent, deducting 10 million energy points, remaining energy points, 1.9 billion. Ding! Divine Tao cultivation extracted successfully, deducting 300 million energy points, remaining energy points, 1.6 billion. As the electronic voice fell silent, Jiang Yifeng could feel his strength continuously rising. A few seconds later, the enhancement was complete. The instant boost gave Jiang Yifeng a momentary illusion of being terrifyingly powerful. Fortunately, the text from the simulation was still deeply imprinted in his mind, quickly reminding him that he was still just a novice. With everything settled, Jiang Yifeng opened his personal panel. Host, Jiang Yifeng. Talents, Eye of Insight, Random Enlightenment, Formation Tao Genius, Yimu Divine Body, Child of Fortune, Heaven Rewards Diligence, 5 Elements Heavenly Spiritual Root, Divine Tao Cultivation, Spirit Transformation Realm Level 3, Immortal Tao, Unity Realm Level 1, Martial Tao, Secondary Profession, 7th Grade Formation Master, 8th Grade Theory, Cultivation Techniques, Heavenly Profound Art, Immortal Tao, War God Art, Martial Tao, Practice Techniques, Wind Chasing Art, Mastered, Silent Destruction Fist, Minor Achievement, Laws and Mysteries, True Meaning of the Killing Tao, Beginner, Possessions, Spirit Stones, Pieces, War God Art, Heavenly Profound Art, Wind Chasing Art, Breath Concealing Talisman, Teleportation Jade Plate. Looking at the talents in his personal attribute panel, Jiang Yifeng softly called out, "Simulator, place Child of Fortune into the talent pool." Ding! Successfully extracted the host's talent Child of Fortune, stored in the talent pool. But on second thought, if he only used it in simulations, it might have a different effect. After all, absolute rationality was something he didn't possess. But no matter what, even if he got this talent, it could only be stored in the talent pool and definitely couldn't be used in reality. While Jiang Yifeng was still lost in thought, the simulator's voice sounded. Ding! Does the host want to choose a talent from the talent pool? Talents in the pool, Child of Fortune, Thunderfire True Spiritual Root. Choose Child of Fortune. Without hesitation, Jiang Yifeng made his choice. Ding! Talent Child of Fortune obtained. 20-second simulation begins. With the heart of rationality, you quickly realize you are in a simulation. You try to open the simulator within the simulation to create a nested simulation, but you are destined to fail. In the simulation, you do not have this simulator. Day 1, you go to the Spring Blossom Pavilion to listen to music and take the opportunity to connect with the immortal slave, Kuzuxuan. Day 2, you date Kuzuxuan again, subtly expressing your fondness for her. Day 10, you feel that Kuzuxuan doesn't dislike you, so you seize the moment to confess your feelings. Unsurprisingly, you are rejected. But you are not discouraged. In the following days, you use various modern flirting techniques on Kuzuxuan. 3 years pass in the blink of an eye. You finally succeed in breaking down Kuzuxuan's defenses. In the 4th year, you and Kuzuxuan start living a shameless life together. In the 5th year, you work hard, hoping to have a child with Kuzuxuan. You suddenly feel that your past self was so foolish. If you had chosen the perfect aim talent back then, you wouldn't have to work so hard every day now. In the 7th year, Kuzuxuan shyly tells you that she is pregnant with your baby. You show a joyful smile. Kuzuxuan looks at you, thinking that this smile is more beautiful than any smile you've ever given her before. She doesn't know that your previous smiles were all fake, just to get her and use her. But this time, you genuinely smiled. You feel that you are one step closer to your plan. Year 8, Kuzuxuan gave birth to a baby for you, and you named the child Jiang Liangqiu. This action moved Kuzuxuan to tears once again. At this moment, you felt the time was ripe. On a certain day afterward, when Kuzuxuan was with the baby, you deliberately ran back with an excited look on your face. You told Kuzuxuan that you had gained an opportunity to cultivate and become immortal. You said to her that a mortal's life is too short, and you wanted to be with her forever, inviting her to cultivate together. Upon hearing your words, Xuan burst into tears. At this moment, she had already forgotten her identity and mission. As an immortal slave, her heart was filled with only gratitude and guilt. Xuan felt that she was a bad woman, that she had wronged you. You had gained a chance to cultivate and become immortal, and the first person you thought of was her. Yet she, being a cultivator herself, have never thought of bringing you into immortality. Xuan didn't know that her current thoughts were exactly the effect you wanted, all caused by your deliberate guidance. In the end, Xuan still revealed her true identity to you. After revealing her identity, she looked at you cautiously, worried that you would despise her and think of her as a murderous demon. But you, without any hesitation, expressed that you wouldn't mind. You told her that all you wanted was to be with her forever, regardless of whether she was an immortal slave or what she had done. As soon as you finished speaking, Xuan threw herself into your arms, choking with emotion, saying, she also wanted to be with you forever. In reality, Jiang Yifeng looked at the developments in the simulator, feeling a bit numb. He couldn't help but curse under his breath, scumbag. He had already roughly understood what his simulated self was trying to do. He thought that his simulated self wanted to use Xuan to join the Immortal Arrival sect. After all, according to what Jiang Yifeng knew, only the people of the Immortal Arrival sect could avoid the impending heavenly thunder. But this was not Jiang Yifeng's original plan. After gaining the absolute rationality talent, his simulated self had changed his plan. This gave him a sense of insecurity. If his simulated self was out of control, could it still be considered himself? Very good, you once again moved Xuan to tears. After this, your relationship with Xuan became close again. However, Xuan's cultivation became even more diligent. She also wanted to keep up with your pace. Year 12. You pretended to break through to the perfect foundation establishment stage, reaching the same cultivation level as Xuan. On a certain day of the same year, you felt the ground tremble. You knew that the immortal Tao inheritance was about to appear. A smile couldn't help but rise in your heart. The plan was finally about to officially begin. Soon, a huge crack appeared in the ground of Green Hills City. You held Xuan and the child, falling into it together. You were all cultivators, so you weren't harmed. After entering the inheritance hall, a beam of white light from the inheritance shot straight at you. This time, you didn't refuse. In front of Xuan, you began to formally accept the inheritance. Seeing this, Xuan thought it might be some kind of opportunity. In Xuan's eyes, as you received the inheritance, your aura grew stronger, and your cultivation level kept rising. She felt a bit jealous, but more than that, she was happy for you. After all, you were her man, someone she could give everything for. So, Xuan stood not far from you, protecting you. But she didn't know that this was all your deliberate doing. This inheritance couldn't directly boost cultivation. You had known this for a long time. After all, in a previous simulation, your father had also received the inheritance and had to cultivate step by step. But does that matter? No, it doesn't. You just needed to show a bit of your strength during the inheritance process. As for the reason, it was to make everything seem more reasonable. After all, reaching the spirit transformation stage in just a few years was hard to believe. But if you had received the immortal Tao inheritance, it suddenly made sense. All of this was just preparation for meeting Xuan's grandfather. As for this inheritance, the true nature of it is that it only records an unparalleled immortal technique, the devouring spirit art, along with some other immortal arts and knowledge. Of course, besides the memories, there is also a consciousness left behind by the one who passed on the inheritance, but this consciousness is about to dissipate. 3 days later, you are still receiving the inheritance, learning those techniques and knowledge. A shadowy figure appears. You know this person is the immortal slave, Yang Zuo, but you ignore him, because the moment Yang Zuo appears, Xuan is already standing in front of you, blocking him. Xuan's grandfather, Kukuang, is an elder of the Immortal Arrival sect, and Yang Zuo knows Xuan. At this moment, he is somewhat surprised by Xuan's actions. However, as an immortal slave, Yang Zhuo clearly knows what he should do. He does not let Xuan's obstruction give him the idea of sparing you. Seeing that Yang Zhuo still has the desire to act, Xuan, not being foolish, knows that her perfect foundation establishment is no match for Yang Zhuo's cow formation stage. So, Xuan directly takes out the communication jade her grandfather gave her, shouting for help, saying Yang Zhuo wants to kill her. Soon, Xuan's anxious voice comes from the communication jade, saying he will be there immediately. For a moment, Yang Zhuo is truly frightened. However, Yang Zhuo thinks that since he hasn't harmed Xuan, if Elder Xuan arrives, he shouldn't blame him. And you, a person who cultivates in secret, are certainly doomed, so he is not in a hurry to act. Neither Xuan nor Yang Zhuo knows that the current situation is exactly as you planned. You brought Xuan to this place of inheritance, not only to let her see you break through with the help of the inheritance, but also to draw out her grandfather, Xuan. If you directly asked to see her grandfather, Xuan might suspect your intentions. After all, he is an old fellow who has cultivated for many years, and you wouldn't underestimate his intelligence. But now, using Yang Zhuo's arrival to create a crisis, making Xuan call for help in this situation, meeting Xuan seems very natural. Everything happens naturally, and you did not participate, so it is impossible for them to suspect you. After all, in their eyes, you couldn't have predicted Yang Zhuo's appearance, so how could they guess it was your plan? As for meeting Xuan, you know there will definitely be some danger, but you feel it is within control. Xuan will definitely plead for you, and then you can smoothly join the immortal arrival sect through Xuan. Of course, this is not Xuan venting his anger, but because Yang Zhuo knows too much. No matter how things are resolved in the end, Yang Zhuo cannot be left alive. After this, Xuan pulls Xuan aside and asks for detailed information about you. He even asks Xuan to recount everything from the moment she met you. Clearly, Xuan doesn't trust you. This makes Xuan a bit shy, but she honestly starts from the beginning. Just the initial part makes Xuan's face change. He looks at you as if he wants to kill you. But you are not worried at all because you know that Xuan is only talking about your past as a playboy, listening to music in pleasure houses. You knows this might make Xuan unhappy, but it definitely won't touch his bottom line. As time passes, Xuan tells Xuan about your pursuit of her, how you discovered the cultivation opportunity, and even sought her out to cultivate together. Hearing this, Xuan's expression changes, and he looks at you more kindly. After all, in the eyes of cultivators, opportunities are above all else, and sometimes even Dao companions would fight over opportunities. The fact that you thought of his granddaughter first when you got the opportunity gives Xuan a bit of a good impression of you. Finally, as Xuan finishes her story, Xuan also learns that your cultivation talent is very strong. In just 4 years, you went from immortal to the peak of foundation establishment, and your current cultivation level is because of this inheritance, which you improved in just a few days. After Xuan finishes, Xuan basically rules out the possibility that you approached his granddaughter with ulterior motives. He thinks you are just a lucky person with strong cultivation talent who gained the favor of the inheritance, and of course, he also thinks you are a romantic, willing to share cultivation opportunities. Xuan feels that if this was a deliberate approach with hidden cultivation, it would be too unreliable and he can't think of your motive. Moreover, there are too many uncontrollable factors. For example, if it weren't for this inheritance, your cultivation level would be hard to explain. He doesn't know that you clearly knew the time of the inheritance's appearance and that it would definitely find you. Of course, the most crucial point is that he wouldn't think that a local cultivator like you would aim to join the immortal arrival sect. After all, such things rarely happened before. Everything that followed went according to your expectations. After Xuan learned about your relationship with Xuan, he didn't kill you outright. Instead, out of respect for Xuan and Jiang Lianqiu, he allowed you to join the immortal arrival sect. You pretended to hesitate for a moment before agreeing. However, Kukuang also mentioned that it wasn't easy for outsiders to join the Immortal Arrival sect. You would need to pass a series of tests. You were well aware of this, as it had been mentioned in previous simulations. In that simulation, you had the intelligence reduction aura talent, and before the tests could even begin, the members of the Immortal Arrival sect fell into chaos due to your aura, and you were ultimately struck down by heavenly thunder. This time, without the influence of the intelligence reduction aura, you felt confident that things would go smoothly, as you wished. Kukuang brought you to the capital of the Great Abyssal Kingdom, which also housed a branch of the Immortal Arrival sect. Of course, Kuzuxuan and Jiang Lianqiu were also brought along. Upon arrival, Kukuang arranged for you to stay in a separate courtyard and warned you not to wander around, as it could be dangerous. You understood Kukuang's concerns. With your current cultivation level and not being a member of the Immortal Arrival sect, you were indeed in a precarious position on their territory. You could easily be killed by an immortal slave. Even without Kukuang's warning, you wouldn't have wandered around carelessly. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, you spent your days in intimate moments with Kuzuxuan and taking care of Jiang Lianqiu. This made Kukuang, who had been secretly observing you for half a year, feel more at ease. Not long after, Kukuang brought a stranger, an immortal slave, to see you. Kukuang told you that he had spoken with the sect master, and as long as you passed the tests, you could join the Immortal Arrival sect and receive their token. The stranger beside him was to be your examiner. Feigning excitement, you secretly used the Eye of Insight talent to observe the stranger. Through your observation, you learned that the stranger's name was Gu King, a formidable expert at the third level of Tribulation Crossing, even stronger than Kukuang. You pondered for a moment. Having such a powerful expert as your examiner showed that the Immortal Arrival sect took these tests very seriously. As a local cultivator trying to join the Immortal Arrival sect, it was indeed a form of infiltration, and they couldn't afford to take it lightly. At the same time, Gu King's terrifying aura erupted, and he began to gather a spell in his hand. Judging by his stance, if you continued to refuse, you would undoubtedly die. Remaining calm, you shook your head and refused, telling Gu King that even if it meant your death, you wouldn't let Kuzuxuan be harmed. At this moment, Gu King sneered and said, "Do you think I'm testing your feelings? Ha ha, this is the test to join the Immortal Arrival sect. If you can't do it, then die." As soon as he finished speaking, Gu King's spell shot towards you. Hearing Gu King's words, you suddenly felt a bit shaken. Could this really be the test to join the Immortal Arrival sect? Was it not Kukuang's test for you? Did you make the wrong choice? As Gu King's attack drew closer, you steeled your resolve, closed your eyes, and quietly awaited the attack. You bet that your choice was correct. After a long time, the attack never landed on you. You knew you had won the bet. This time, you had completely passed the tests of the Immortal Arrival sect and Kukuang. In fact, the tests of the Immortal Arrival sect only involved massacring cities and killing cultivators. The final test to kill Kuzuxuan was proposed by Kukuang. After learning from Gu King about your cold-blooded massacre of 3 cities, Kukuang became suspicious of you again, leading to the previous scene. After all, even members of the Immortal Arrival sect couldn't be so cold-blooded. After passing all the tests, you were brought to the headquarters of the Immortal Arrival sect by Kukuang and Gu King, where you received a jade talisman from Shenhua Ayo. This was the token of the Immortal Arrival sect. Kukuang told you that by dripping a drop of your blood onto the jade talisman, you would officially become a member of the Immortal Arrival sect. Once the blood was on the talisman, members of the Immortal Arrival sect would be able to sense each other and wouldn't mistake you for a local cultivator. More importantly, the heavenly thunder that struck every few decades would no longer target you. This was your goal, so you didn't hesitate at all. You immediately dripped your blood onto the jade talisman, becoming a member of the Immortal Arrival sect. Year 13, you killed hundreds of cultivators from the southern regions, becoming a model worker for the Immortal Arrival sect. This was actually a task from the Immortal Arrival sect, where everyone had to kill 3 cultivators or seekers of immortality each year. You killed so many cultivators in 1 year to complete decades worth of tasks in advance. Year 14, you left the Great Abyssal Kingdom with Kuzik Xuan and your child Jiang Nianqiu. At this point, you had completed a century's worth of tasks for the Immortal Arrival Sect, so unless there was an emergency, you were free. Year 16, you arrived outside the Forest of 10,000 Swords, but by then, Kuzik Xuan and your child Jiang Nianqiu were no longer with you. You took Kuzik Xuan with you to deceive Kukuang, as you had always maintained the persona of a deeply affectionate man. Now, you had placed Kuzik Xuan in a remote village. Originally, you planned to kill her, but you were worried that Kukuang might have a way to sense Kuzik Xuan's life and death. In the end, you chose to deceive Kuzik Xuan, telling her that you needed to comprehend the Tao and it might take many years, asking her to wait for you there. Kuzik Xuan completely fell into your love trap. Otherwise, such a lie would be hard to believe. You knew this well, which is why you dared to do it. At this moment, you looked at the Forest of 10,000 Swords in the distance, thought for a moment, then raised your head and said to the void, "Come in." After a long time with no response, you said again, "The me outside, come in for a deep simulation of 7 years." Jiang Yifeng's eyes widened as he read this. What's going on? A mere simulation tool, daring to command me, teaching me what to do. This is simply reversing the heavens. However, Jiang Yifeng quickly came to his senses. Entering a deep simulation at this time was indeed a good choice. After all, once inside, he would have the absolute rationality talent, which, judging by its name, should offer some resistance to the comprehension of killing intent. Moreover, deep simulation could save the number of times he needed to exchange rewards. Since that was the case, he might as well go for it. Of course, Jiang Yifeng insisted that it was his own decision to enter the deep simulation, and not because he was commanded by the simulation tool. Start a deep simulation for 7 years. Ding, starting deep simulation for 7 years, deducting 613.2 million energy points. Remaining energy points 900 million. Jiang Yifeng's consciousness instantly entered the simulation. But instead of cultivating the heavenly profound art, you cultivated the devouring spirit art inherited from the immortal Tao. The cultivation of the devouring spirit art made you feel the terror of an immortal level technique. Its speed of absorbing spiritual energy was just like its name, not absorbing, but devouring. After switching to the devouring spirit art, you clearly felt your cultivation speed increase several times. Year 26, you cultivated the immortal Tao and successfully broke through to the 4th level of spirit transformation. Year 28, your immortal Tao cultivation broke through to the 5th level of spirit transformation. In the blink of an eye, 10 years passed. Year 38, your immortal Tao cultivation broke through to the 9th level of spirit transformation. At the same time, your spiritual energy finally allowed you to set up 8th grade formations, making you an 8th grade formation master. Feeling your own strength, you were somewhat dissatisfied. Although the techniques inherited from the immortal Tao accelerated your cultivation speed, even at the spirit transformation stage, you maintained the same speed as the nascent soul stage. But you felt it was not enough compared to your father who reached the tribulation crossing stage. In just over 30 years, your speed was far behind. You frowned, thinking you had underestimated things. You previously thought that your father's rapid advancement was at least half due to the inheritance. Now it seemed that was not the case. Your father must have other secrets. You thought you might need to return to Green Hills City to take a look. As soon as you stepped out of your seclusion, Kuzik Xuan ran towards you with a smile. You were not surprised by this. During these years, you were not in complete seclusion and would occasionally come out to cultivate feelings with Kuzik Xuan. Your relationship with Kuzik Xuan had not cooled down. On the contrary, because of your occasional appearances, she became even more infatuated with you. As for your son Jiang Nianqiu, after reaching adulthood, he was sent to Kukuang by Kuzik Xuan and became an immortal slave as well. After a moment of affection with Kuzik Xuan, you told her you wanted to go home and take a look. So you took Kuzik Xuan and headed towards Green Hills City. Year 39, you finally returned to Green Hills City. However, you did not find your father Jiang Fushan. In fact, No one from the Jiang family was there. After inquiring from various sources, you learned that decades ago, the entire Jiang clan firm had suddenly relocated on a large scale, and their whereabouts were unknown. In this simulation, you obtained the immortal Dao inheritance, but your father, Jiang Fushan, still left Green Hills City. At this moment, you are even more certain that your father has other secrets. He must have experienced other events during this time. Otherwise, you don't think your father would suddenly leave with the entire Jiang family. After all, the Jiang clan firm is one of the top firms in the secular world, making countless profits daily. If it weren't for something extraordinary, who would abandon it? What exactly happened? Without any useful information, you can't deduce anything for now. However, you can basically conclude that this incident was sudden and hadn't appeared in previous simulations. After all, in previous simulations, apart from the immortal Dao inheritance, nothing else happened that would make your father abandon the Jiang clan firm and flee with the entire family. This time, since you obtained the inheritance, it must mean that an event occurred that hadn't appeared in previous simulations. At this moment, you are even more certain that your father has other secrets. However, based on previous simulations, you believe that your father, Jiang Fushan, is also unaware of the secrets he carries. After pondering for a moment, you decide not to dwell on it further. Since you couldn't find your father, Jiang Fushan, you decide to leave this matter for future simulations to handle. Thus, you leave directly with Kuzuxuan. After this, you immerse yourself in cultivation once again. However, because your immortal Dao cultivation level is nearing the peak of spirit transformation, you begin to practice martial Dao. After all, to break through to a higher realm, both must reach perfection. But this time, in your martial Dao advancement, you no longer have the assistance of the heavenly thunder from beneath Spine Mountain. Fortunately, because you obtained the War God Art from previous simulations, even without the heavenly thunder, your martial Dao can still improve through practicing the War God Art. However, the speed is relatively slower. But this was within your expectations. Although your martial Dao cultivation has slowed, you join the Immortal Arrival sect, and you believe your simulation time will certainly extend. The gains and losses here are subjective. Is this reasonable? In the blink of an eye, 3 days pass, and the battle between the demonic dragon and your father in the sky comes to an end. Your father is defeated, falling into the desert, never to rise again, his life or death unknown. After your father's defeat, many cultivators from Spine Mountain begin to flee towards the outskirts of the Desert of Death. This is the moment for you immortal slaves to act. With a rational mind, you do not let your father's situation affect your emotions and actively participate in the killing of the cultivators from Spine Mountain. In the blink of an eye, half a month passes, and most of the cultivators from Spine Mountain have been killed, with only a few escaping. All of you immortal slaves return to the Immortal Arrival sect. Shenhua Au rewards those who performed exceptionally in this operation. Due to your bravery in battle and the number of low-realm cultivators you killed, you are among those rewarded and promoted to an elite disciple. You are quite satisfied with this, as your bravery in killing enemies was precisely for this reason. In the Immortal Arrival sect, the hierarchy is strict and clear, divided into ordinary disciples, elite disciples, guardian disciples, elders, and finally the sect master. Previously, you were an ordinary disciple in the Immortal Spirit sect, with no privileges, only following orders, essentially the lowest rank. But now it's different. As an elite disciple, you can receive some cultivation resources from the Immortal Arrival sect each year and select some cultivation techniques from the Technique Pavilion. Although you have the War God Art and are not interested in ordinary techniques, and the cultivation resources may not help you much, you still think the promotion is necessary. Now that you have more privileges as an elite disciple, the higher levels will certainly have even greater privileges. You think that if you can continue to rise to higher levels, you might obtain some information from the Immortal Arrival sect that you couldn't know before. For example, Who is the celestial being Shenhua Aoyu contacted in previous simulations? How exactly did he contact them? Also, does the Immortal Arrival sect have any records on why the celestial being is laying out plans in the southern regions? These are things you are quite interested in. Of course, these are just things you do along the way. You know that your main goal is still to improve your strength. You deeply understand that only with great strength can you save yourself. Everything else is secondary. In the days that followed, you resumed your martial cultivation. In the 45th year, you successfully broke through to the second level of the Unity Realm. In the 47th year, while cultivating the War God art, you triggered the talent of Random Enlightenment, gaining 10 times the cultivation speed and a more active mind. This enlightenment lasted for 8 months, and your martial cultivation advanced to the third level of the Unity Realm. In the 52nd year, your martial cultivation broke through to the fourth level of the Unity Realm. In the 53rd year, while cultivating, you saw lightning flickering in the sky. You knew that heavenly thunder was descending. One of the bolts of heavenly thunder locked onto you. Just as it was about to strike, you felt the jade talisman from the Immortal Arrival sect on you flickering with red light. The heavenly thunder seemed to sense something and immediately dissipated. Clearly, your plan succeeded. After joining the Immortal Arrival sect, you truly escaped the danger of heavenly thunder. You took out the jade talisman from the Immortal Arrival sect and began to study it. You wondered if this thing could be duplicated, or perhaps, could you steal the jade talismans from other immortal slaves to deceive the heavenly thunder? Soon, you shook your head, thinking it impossible. The danger of heavenly thunder has existed for countless years. If duplicating the jade talismans of immortal slaves or stealing them worked, many predecessors would have thought of it. Old Leaf from Spine Mountain is clearly stronger than Shenhua Aoyu. If stealing worked, the local cultivators in the southern regions wouldn't be so miserable. Perhaps some predecessors had already experimented with this, and since it didn't work, Old Lee and the others didn't pursue it. Thinking of this, you stopped studying the jade talisman from the Immortal Arrival sect and continued cultivating. Time flew by, and decades passed in the blink of an eye. During these years, besides cultivating, you occasionally completed tasks for the Immortal Arrival sect. Although the last heavenly thunder killed many cultivators in the southern regions, the region is vast and not lacking in people seeking immortality. Some lucky ones even obtained some immortal scriptures and stepped onto the path of immortality. But soon, your expression changed because you saw a figure in a green robe amidst the distant lightning. You saw him standing in the void, facing the lightning head-on. You instantly understood that this was not heavenly thunder, but a tribulation for becoming an immortal. But you found that the figure in the green robe looked extremely familiar. A terrifying thought emerged in your mind, and you thought that person might be your father, Jiang Fushan. Familiar, fond of wearing a green robe, and possessing the potential to become an immortal, it was too coincidental, perfectly fitting your father Jiang Fushan's identity. After a long time, the tribulation dissipated, and you could roughly see the appearance of the figure in the green robe. It was indeed your father, Jiang Fushan. Even with your absolute rationality, you found it hard to remain calm. You couldn't understand it at all. Didn't your father lose to the demonic dragon back then? Could it be that your father didn't die at that time? But even so, how did he survive the subsequent heavenly thunder? 1,000 questions filled your mind. But before you could think more, you saw the sky suddenly darken. A giant hand that covered the sky descended from above. The entire southern regions collapsed completely, and no one survived. You died at the age of 130. This simulation ends. You can choose 2 rewards from this simulation: absolute rationality, talent, divine Tao cultivation, 8th grade formation master, immortal Tao inheritance, immortal arrival sect jade talisman. Absolute rationality, talent, price 1 million energy value. Divine Tao cultivation, price 1 billion energy value, includes martial Tao cultivation, 2nd level of golden body realm, and immortal Tao cultivation, 1st level of void refinement realm. 8th grade formation master, price 2 billion energy value. Immortal Tao inheritance, price 1 trillion energy value, includes the immortal level technique devouring spirit art and a large amount of immortal Tao information and techniques. Immortal Arrival Sect Jade Talisman, Price 100 Energy Value Note, an unrecognized and unregistered jade talisman, can serve as a nice decorative item but has no other function. Looking at the end prompt from the simulator, Jiang Yifeng was a bit stunned. He had originally thought that this simulation would last much longer. After all, he had joined the Immortal Arrival Sect and managed to avoid the most dangerous heavenly thunder. But this ended way too abruptly. However, this simulation had indeed brought many new questions to Jiang Yifeng. But right now, he wasn't thinking about those. Instead, he focused on the simulation rewards. This time, the rewards were indeed quite good. However, the 8th grade formation master could be eliminated first. Jiang Yifeng already possessed the theoretical knowledge of an 8th grade formation master. The only reason he couldn't set up an 8th grade formation was due to insufficient spiritual energy. As long as his cultivation improved, he believed he could immediately become an 8th grade formation master in reality. As for the last reward, the Immortal Arrival Sect Jade Talisman. Seeing this reward, Jiang Yifeng just let out a cold laugh. This simulator really didn't leave any loopholes. A mere decoration. Naturally, he didn't need it. In the end, it came down to absolute rationality, talent, divine Tao cultivation, and immortal Tao inheritance. Among these three, divine Tao cultivation was a must for Jiang Yifeng. After all, strength was the foundation of everything, and this simulation had significantly boosted his strength. Next was the choice between immortal Tao inheritance and absolute rationality, talent. In fact, Jiang Yifeng was more inclined to exchange for the absolute rationality talent. As for the immortal Tao inheritance, he could get it in the next simulation. Moreover, he thought he might be able to obtain it through a deep simulation. Judging by this simulation, the immortal Tao inheritance seemed to be a kind of memory, and there was a high probability of obtaining it through a deep simulation. This could also save a lot of energy value. As for why there was no deep simulation this time, Jiang Yifeng thought it was probably because his simulated self hadn't confirmed what the inheritance was, so it didn't do it. Therefore, choosing absolute rationality was the most cost-effective option. However, Jiang Yifeng was a bit worried about its side effects. The side effects were too cold and ruthless, and he couldn't accept that. What should I do? Should I take the risk to get energy value myself? Actually, Jiang Yifeng understood that if he was willing to take a slight risk of exposing his identity as a cultivator, energy value wouldn't be a problem for him. After all, the simulator wasn't picky. For example, even the mountains, flowers, and trees outside could be exchanged for energy value, although the amount was low. But if the quantity was large, it would still be a considerable amount of energy value. Jiang Yifeng was just worried that causing too much commotion might expose him to the Immortal Arrival Sect's immortal slaves. Suddenly, Jiang Yifeng sat up from the bed and shouted, "Damn it! Just do it." What's there to fear from mere immortal slaves? He would never admit that he was out of options and forced to decide to gather energy himself. Ready to act? No, Jiang Yifeng thought that although he wasn't afraid of immortal slaves, he still needed to prepare. For example, the Child of Fortune talent. Better put it into the talent pool first, otherwise, it would surely bring a lot of trouble. After that, Jiang Yifeng spent several days carving something on jade stones. On the 4th day, he looked at the dozens of teleportation jade plates in his hand, satisfied. Indeed, with Jiang Yifeng's current level as a formation master, he could already carve teleportation jade plates himself. He just hadn't done it in reality before. Although the teleportation jade plates could only teleport 1,000 miles, it was still faster than his current flying speed. And being random teleportation, it was harder for others to track his location. Since he was going to cause some commotion in reality, he thought it was better to prepare more teleportation jade plates for safety. After finishing the teleportation jade plates, Jiang Yifeng sneaked out of Green Hills City that night. 3 days later, 2,000 kilometers away from Green Hills City, Bright Moon City was in an uproar. The residents there all suspected they were dreaming. The city had been surrounded by mountains, So why was it now a flat plane? The immortal slaves stationed in Bright Moon City by the immortal arrival sect immediately reported the matter to their superiors. As for Jiang Yifeng, he had already returned to the Jiang family mansion 3 days ago. After leaving Green Hills City, Jiang Yifeng headed towards Bright Moon City. During his preparations, he had learned that Bright Moon City had the most mountains, and they were uninhabited, with some abandoned mines. It was simply the best place for him to gather energy value. Converting the mountains into energy values went much smoother than Jiang Yifeng had imagined. The simulator converted all the mountains, flowers, and plants outside Bright Moon City into energy values without causing any commotion, as if they had vanished into thin air. No one noticed, making the teleportation jade plates Jiang Yifeng had prepared completely unnecessary. Jiang Yifeng didn't mind. The less they were needed, the better. It meant he was not in danger. No commotion, no discovery. This was exactly what he wanted. This operation also boosted Jiang Yifeng's confidence. He felt that it would be hard to run out of energy values in the future, as long as using the simulator to convert them didn't cause much noise. Occasionally using his cultivation to travel, as long as he wasn't too unlucky, the risk was quite low. At this moment, Jiang Yifeng's energy value had reached an all-time high of over 120 billion. In fact, just a few mountains wouldn't be worth that much energy value. But Jiang Yifeng was lucky. In those mountains outside Bright Moon City, there were still many remnants in the abandoned mines. This was how his energy value reached over 120 billion. In his room, Jiang Yifeng immediately chose to redeem the simulation rewards he hadn't claimed last time. Redeem Divine Dao Cultivation. Ding! Divine Dao Cultivation redeemed successfully. 10 billion energy values deducted, remaining energy value 119 billion. A few seconds later, Jiang Yifeng clearly felt his cultivation improve. Just as he was immersed in the joy of his cultivation breakthrough, the simulator's electronic voice sounded again. Ding! Detected that the host has met the conditions for upgrading the simulator. Would the host like to spend 100 billion energy values to complete the upgrade? Hearing that it would cost 100 billion energy values to upgrade, Jiang Yifeng's face turned dark. He had just risked exposure to earn these energy values, and now the simulator was eyeing them again. Annoyed as he was, the simulator still needed to be upgraded. Jiang Yifeng knew that every upgrade of the simulator would bring significant improvements. Upgrade the simulator. Ding! Simulator upgraded to version 5.0, 100 billion energy values deducted, remaining energy value 19 billion. Setting modification 1. Energy values will be converted to higher-level origin values, with the original energy values converted at a ratio of 10,000 to 1. Setting modification 2, the host will receive an additional random one-time talent or ability at the start of each simulation. Note, it cannot be redeemed at the end of the simulation. Setting modification 3, the origin values required to redeem rewards after the simulation will be significantly reduced. Note, origin values cannot be exchanged for ordinary mundane items. Please host, stop harming flowers and plants. Or would anyone in the southern regions who ascended to immortality break this balance? Was it targeting everyone in the southern regions, or just his father? And since ascending to immortality would be attacked by the giant hand, did the predecessors Mo Jingshan and Lu Yu from hundreds of thousands of years ago really escape? Or had they already fallen? Several questions swirled in Jiang Yifeng's mind, waiting for him to unravel them one by one. Ding! Simulation count refreshed. Jiang Yifeng stopped his thoughts. He didn't hesitate and silently commanded, "Start simulation." Simulation count consumed, 1, remaining count, 0. Drawing purple talent consumes 100 origin values, drawing orange talent with a chance consumes 1000 origin values. Please choose. Choose to draw orange talent with a chance. Ding! 1000 origin values deducted, talent randomly drawing, remaining 1.19 million origin values. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the orange talent. Late bloomer. Late bloomer, the older you get, the faster your cultivation speed. Note, starting from age 100, Your cultivation speed doubles every 10 years, up to a maximum of 10 times. Ding! Obtained one-time talent, Wicked Navigation. Wicked Navigation. It will lead you to the most dangerous places. Note: passive talent, no need for active use, hence no one-time use limit, but cannot be redeemed. Prompt: would you like to carry one of the talents from the talent pool? Jiang Yifeng looked at the talents he had obtained. He felt they were quite good. Late Bloomer was clearly an excellent cultivation talent, though it started from age 100. He was only 20 years old now, so it would be the 80th year of the simulation before it took effect. With this in mind, he would still need to join the Immortal Arrival sect in this simulation. As for Wicked Navigation, it was actually not bad. Although it led to the most dangerous places, as long as he didn't follow its route, he could avoid the most dangerous paths. Since this simulation required joining the Immortal Arrival sect again, Jiang Yifeng didn't hesitate and chose to retrieve Absolute Rationality talent from the talent pool. Ding! The host has obtained Absolute Rationality talent from the talent pool. After completing everything, Jiang Yifeng looked at the simulator. The 23rd simulation begins. You realize you have entered the simulation. On the first day, with your Absolute Rationality, you didn't take immediate action but fell into deep thought. In this simulation, you don't have the Child of Fortune talent. You're pondering how to obtain the inheritance. Without the inheritance, your cultivation level would be impossible to explain if Kuzixuan's grandfather, Kukuang, saw it. This makes it much harder for you to join the Immortal Arrival sect. Moreover, in reality, the disappearance of the mountains outside Bright Moon City will surely prompt the immortal slaves to investigate, making them more vigilant towards local cultivators. It might even lead to increased patrols in nearby cities. Although Green Hills City is 2,000 kilometers away from Bright Moon City, you feel it might not be safe. After analyzing the current situation, you curse yourself outside the simulator, idiot. In reality, Jiang Yifeng's face didn't look too good as he read this. Damn it, this Absolute Rationality is a trap, always cursing at me. Don't I know it's not safe? Of course, I know. But at that time, I was seriously low on energy value. What else could I do? For safety, Jiang Yifeng deliberately traveled over 2,000 kilometers to Bright Moon City. Otherwise, he could have just exchanged energy value outside Green Hills City. There are plenty of mountains there too. As for going even further, Jiang Yifeng had considered it, but it would take too long, and he was afraid he wouldn't make it back in time for the simulation. Moreover, traveling too far using his cultivation would also increase the danger. He had never traveled far in reality, and many places were unfamiliar to him. Plus, immortal slaves were stationed in every city. If he went too far, the chances of encountering an immortal slave expert would rise sharply. If they saw through him as a cultivator, he'd be done for. As for not choosing the Child of Fortune talent for this simulation, wasn't it because he believed Absolute Rationality was strong enough? Jiang Yifeng felt extremely aggrieved but had no choice but to continue watching the simulation's progress. On the second day, you left the Jiang family mansion and tested the one-time talent Wicked Navigation. You discovered that this talent is quite interesting and stronger than you imagined. You can leave quickly without anyone noticing traces of the teleportation formation. 2 days later, you safely return to Green Hills City. Upon your return, you notice many unfamiliar immortal slaves wandering around Green Hills City. Fortunately, with Wicked Navigation, you avoid danger and do not encounter any immortal slave experts. Soon, the events you triggered by blowing up the mountains begin to spread throughout the southern regions. The immortal slaves in Green Hills City start to leave, going to investigate the good deeds you did over the past month. By the second month, the immortal slaves in Green Hills City have almost completely withdrawn, leaving only those like Kuzixuan who were originally stationed there. In the third month, you begin pursuing Kuzixuan. In the first year, Kuzixuan develops a good impression of you but does not agree to date you. You are not discouraged and continue your efforts, using various dating tricks from the 21st century to win her over. In the third year, Kuzixuan finally falls for you. In the seventh year, you and Kuzixuan have a love child. In the eighth year, The baby is born, and you name him Jiang Nianqiu, moving Ku Zixuan to tears. In the same year, you pretend to have gained an opportunity and invite Ku Zixuan to cultivate with you. Ku Zixuan, feeling guilty, confesses her identity to you. Your exceptional cultivation talent makes Ku Zixuan feel inferior. Because of this, you take even better care of her, even giving up cultivation. In this simulation, you know you need Ku Zixuan's protection, so you take extra care of her. In the 9th year, Ku Zixuan urges you to cultivate, saying that only by becoming stronger can you better protect her. You pretend to agree and make a solemn promise. In the 12th year, your father is to be sent on a mission to the Liang Kingdom, and you know the cultivation inheritance is about to appear. So, you take Ku Zixuan and travel with your father. Your father, Jiang Fushan, does not object to this. In the 13th year, on the way back from the Liang Kingdom, the ground shakes, and a fissure appears. Seeing the situation, you promptly stepped in, thoughtfully saving everyone and informing your father of the danger, urging him to leave quickly. Your father, Jiang Fushan, was astonished to see you use such divine methods to save everyone. However, he did not doubt you. Seeing your abilities, he felt nothing but immense pride. Your father, Jiang Fushan, trusted your words completely, redirected the caravan, and instructed you not to take any risks. After your father, Jiang Fushan, left, you and Ku Zixuan jumped into the crack in the ground, entering the Hall of Inheritance. The immortal Tao Inheritance light orb sensed someone entering and swayed as if discerning something. But after a long while, it remained still. You knew it was likely because you were not the child of fortune, and thus, the immortal Tao Inheritance did not choose you. But does that matter? The inheritance is right in front of you. You think that if it didn't choose you, you choosing it should be the same. You didn't approach the immortal Tao Inheritance directly but instead, with a look of excitement, told Ku Zixuan that this might be some kind of inheritance and urged her to try and see if she could obtain it. In truth, you thought that if she really wanted the inheritance, you would have no choice but to destroy the flower and abandon your plans to join the immortal arrival sect. But if Ku Zixuan refused, your suggestion would also earn you some favor in her eyes. Ku Zixuan's choice did not disappoint you. She looked at you tenderly, shook her head, and told you to take this opportunity. After some back and forth, you reluctantly walked towards the inheritance light orb. Standing before the inheritance light orb, you shouted in your heart, "Come in." In reality, Jiang Yifeng did not hesitate this time either. He silently commanded, "Start deep simulation for 10 days." Actually, Jiang Yifeng remembered that accepting this inheritance didn't require 10 days. But this time, since he wasn't chosen by the inheritance, he wasn't sure if it would take longer, so he decided to extend the deep simulation time just in case, as he could exit at any time. Ding, starting deep simulation for 10 days, consuming 240 origin values. Seeing the simulation prompt, Jiang Yifeng instantly understood that energy values were indeed cancelled, and now deep simulation also used origin values. However, after calculating the cost, it was still the same. As the simulator's final sound fell, Jiang Yifeng instantly appeared in the simulation. Seeing the ancient hall, without much thought, Jiang Yifeng directly grabbed the inheritance light orb. At this moment, a deep voice echoed in Jiang Yifeng's ear. Originally, the consciousness within the inheritance existed to help the inheritor slowly accept the inheritance memories, inputting them bit by bit. But now, Jiang Yifeng boasted about having the will to reach the pinnacle, so the consciousness wanted to see just how strong his will was. If Jiang Yifeng could withstand the impact of the massive memories, then giving him the inheritance wouldn't be a loss. But if he couldn't withstand it and died, or went mad, then it would be his own fault. Of course, Jiang Yifeng didn't know that even if he hadn't boasted, the inheritance would still have chosen him in the end. After all, he had tricked Jiang Fushan into leaving, and the consciousness within the inheritance was about to dissipate and had been entangled with him for a long time. The key was that Jiang Yifeng kept holding on to the inheritance, which only weakened the consciousness within it, making it unlikely for the inheritance to hide and reappear a second time. so the inheritance would still end up in Jiang Yifeng's hands. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Jiang Yifeng slowly revealed his strength while struggling to accept the immortal Tao inheritance. This also justified his high cultivation level. If it weren't for absolute rationality, he might have gone mad long ago and wouldn't have been able to consider this. On this day, Yang Zuo appeared. Kuzuxuan promptly blocked Yang Zuo and used a sound transmission talisman to call her grandfather, Kukuang, for help. Soon, Kukuang appeared, understood the situation, and directly slapped Yang Zuo to death. Another 3 days passed before Jiang Yifeng completely absorbed the inheritance. At this point, only 6 days had passed in the deep simulation, but Jiang Yifeng did not end the deep simulation. With absolute rationality, he decided to use the remaining time in the deep simulation to understand the situation, which was a good thing. On the 10th day, the deep simulation ended. Jiang Yifeng's consciousness returned to reality. He rubbed his slightly sore head. This deep simulation not only allowed him to obtain the inheritance but also gave him time to learn the location of the immortal arrival sect's branch. Although it didn't seem useful at the moment, but when he became stronger, it would be convenient to destroy them. Not bad at all. So, Jiang Yifeng continued to look at the simulator. You rubbed your head, roughly understanding that the deep simulation had ended. However, you have no memory of the deep simulation. Instinctively, you observe your surroundings and find yourself in a luxurious manner. Just as you were about to investigate the situation, you notice a notebook in your hand. Frowning, you open the notebook and, to your delight, praise yourself. Well done. In reality, Jiang Yifeng's lips curled up slightly. Weren't they calling me a fool? Hey, I'm quite clever. Knowing that memories from the deep simulation wouldn't carry over, he had recorded recent events in the notebook. He even copied the devouring spirit art from the inheritance. This was to make it easier for his simulated self to act later on. For a moment, Jiang Yifeng felt a bit smug. However, whether intentionally or not, he seemed to forget that during the deep simulation, he also had the talent of absolute rationality. Was this really his own achievement? Or was it the effect of absolute rationality? After reading the notebook, you understand your current situation. Everything is going according to plan, and you have been brought back to the immortal arrival sect by Kukuang. In the following days, you continue to nurture your relationship with Kuzuxuan. 6 months later, you are notified to participate in the Immortal Arrival Sect's assessment. Unsurprisingly, you pass smoothly and officially join the Immortal Arrival Sect, receiving the sect's Jade Talisman. Afterwards, you go on a spree, killing hundreds of local cultivators, accumulating over 100 years' worth of task points, and then leave with Kuzuxuan. As for your son, Jiang Lianqiu, you leave him in the care of Kukuang. In the 14th year, you return to Green Hills City. You know that in the last simulation, your father embarked on the path of the Immortal Tao even after losing the Immortal Tao inheritance. Although the notebook from this deep simulation mentions that your father has an innate Tao body and is blessed with fortune, you still doubt he could step into the Immortal Tao without a cultivation method. You want to see what happened to your father after losing the Immortal Tao inheritance. In the 15th year, one night while you are cultivating, you suddenly sense something. This makes you doubt. After all, 2 identical inheritances seem too suspicious. You look up at the sky and sigh inwardly. Could this so-called inheritance be a cultivation method thrown down by those in the heavens for their pawns? And the information about the southern regions being a sealed land is just a stimulus to make the pawns strive harder in cultivation. Thinking of this, your heart skips a beat. If this is true, doesn't it mean that by intercepting the inheritance, you have also become a pawn of those in the heavens? It's even possible that those powerful beings are watching you at all times. With this in mind, you grin and walk towards your father Jiang Fushan, shattering his qi with a single palm strike. Your father Jiang Fushan spits out a mouthful of blood, looking at you with a face full of confusion, without any resentment, only bewilderment. At this moment, Jiang Yifeng in reality was stunned. His simulated self actually did such a thing. This was too much. Although it was just a text simulation, Jiang Yifeng felt that using others was one thing, but actually harming his own father was something he couldn't accept. Isn't there a saying, a flower is a world? Jiang Yifeng didn't know if this text simulation counted as a world, but what if it did? Wouldn't that mean he became the person he despised in that world? Jiang Yifeng decided that unless he was in a life or death situation, he wouldn't use the absolute rationality talent in future simulations, even if it meant simulating more times and wasting some time. After all, time was still on his side, and the real crisis wasn't imminent. He couldn't sacrifice his humanity just to gain power and uncover the truth. Suppressing his discomfort, Jiang Yifeng continued to look at the simulator. You look at your father Jiang Fushan, whose Qi is now destroyed, and explain that not cultivating is the best choice. You don't kill him, wanting to see what happens next. If you are indeed a pawn of those powerful beings, what would they do if this pawn is crippled? Of course, you understand that if your guess is correct, what you did is very dangerous. But you believe that the truth is more important to you than the danger. In the 16th year, your cultivation level in the immortal Tao has reached the 4th tier of void refinement. Over the years, although you haven't been in complete seclusion, you have still been cultivating the immortal Tao during your free time, so your progress has been steady. At this moment, it has been a year since you abolished your father Jiang Fushan's Qi. Your father has spent most of this year recovering from his injuries. He doesn't resent you. In fact, he believes you were protecting him. This makes you feel a bit guilty, but with your absolute rationality, you quickly suppress these emotions. In the 17th year, your father fully recovers and resumes his business activities, as if nothing else had happened. In the 18th year, your father finds you and tells you that his Qi has miraculously healed itself, allowing him to cultivate again. Looking at your naive father, you decisively abolish his Qi once more. After that, you stick closely to your father Jiang Fushan. Your father thinks you are protecting him. Little does he know, you just want to see how his Qi keeps recovering. In the 20th year, your cultivation level in the immortal Tao breaks through to the 5th tier of void refinement. In the same year, you discover that your father's Qi has healed again. As for how it healed, you can't quite figure it out at the moment. It seems there was no external intervention. It appears to be a matter of his constitution. You can't help but think that this might be an innate ability of his Tao physique. In this light, your father's physique is truly extraordinary, a gift from the heavens. Unfortunately, your father has you, such a filial son, so no matter how high his talent, it is of no use. Because at this moment, you have developed a killing intent. You think that since you've almost figured it out, perhaps letting your father die peacefully is the best choice. This way, he won't become an immortal, and that giant hand that covers the sky won't appear, allowing you more time to simulate. Just as your killing intent arises, you suddenly feel a sense of dread, and cold sweat drips from your forehead. You understand that you have been targeted by a master, one so powerful that you have no chance of resisting. Otherwise, this situation wouldn't have occurred. In the 43rd year, the immortal arrival sect issues a call to arms to intercept the people from Spine Mountain trying to enter the Desert of Death, and you participate. When you arrive at the Desert of Death, you find that the one fighting the demonic dragon is Old Li, and your father is not involved. Seeing this, you feel a sense of relief. You think that perhaps your father really listened to you and didn't cultivate. But soon, a trace of doubt arises in your mind. Previously, when you wanted to make a move against your father, someone from the heavens intervened to stop you. So, will your father really never step onto the path of cultivation? You shake your head, thinking that even if your father listens to you and doesn't want to cultivate, there will eventually be various coincidences that lead him to the path of cultivation. Thinking of this, you feel a renewed sense of urgency, believing that you must quickly improve your strength. Thus, you become even more ruthless towards the local cultivators. This time, in just half a day, the cultivators from Spine Mountain are almost completely wiped out, with hardly anyone escaping. After all, Old Li's strength can't hold off the demonic dragon for long. With the demonic dragon personally taking action and you immortal slaves from the immortal arrival sect, those ordinary local cultivators naturally find it hard to escape. After this operation, Your outstanding performance is praised by Shinhua Ayo, the sect master of the Immortal Arrival sect, and you gain a massive amount of merits. Your merits are now enough to be promoted to an ordinary elder, but unfortunately, your strength is insufficient, so you haven't truly become an elder. You have already found out that the minimum requirement to be an elder in the Immortal Arrival sect is not the Tribulation Crossing stage but the Great Ascension stage. Now, at the peak of Void Refinement, if you break through 2 more major realms, you can become an elder of the Immortal Arrival sect. You think that if you work hard, you might actually have a chance to reach that position in this simulation. So, you give up the path of stable cultivation. After explaining things to Kuzuxuan, you head alone to the Valley of Flames. You want to use the flames of the Valley of Flames to temper your body and quickly improve your martial Dao. Of course, you knows this might be dangerous, but you think the danger shouldn't be too great. After all, in the Desert of Death, the demonic dragon didn't attack you immortal slaves from the Immortal Arrival sect. So, the demonic phoenix in the Valley of Flames might do the same. Moreover, you think that if the demonic phoenix really doesn't attack you, you might be able to use your identity as an immortal slave from the Immortal Arrival sect to get close to the crack in the ceiling formation. Wouldn't that allow you to leave the southern regions directly? Of course, you also considered trying to go through the Desert of Death, but the formation crack is at the bottom of the desert. If you try to approach it, it would be too obvious. 3 months later, on your way to the Valley of Flames, you passed through Green Hills City and took the opportunity to visit the Jiang family. Upon returning to the Jiang family mansion, you saw your father, Jiang Fushan. He was now old and gray, with no cultivation left in him. You originally thought that because you had shattered your father Jiang Fushan's Qi multiple times, it had delayed his cultivation. Unexpectedly, your father had completely given up on cultivation, abandoning the chance to pursue immortality. Thinking about this, even with your absolute rationality, you felt a surge of emotion. How strong is the allure of immortality for ordinary people? Back then, you kept shattering your father's Qi and even harbored murderous intent, fearing he couldn't resist the temptation of immortality and wouldn't cooperate with you. Although you were eventually warned and didn't succeed, you left a casual remark telling him not to cultivate, without much hope. Unexpectedly, your father, even without knowing your true reason for stopping him from cultivating, gave it up entirely because of your words. This almost made you want to confess the truth to him. However, your absolute rationality quickly suppressed your emotions, and you said nothing more. After all, you remembered that when you intended to harm your father, a mysterious person had warned you through a voice transmission. You didn't know if that person was still watching everything here. After all, that person's goal was to make your father cultivate. If you revealed the truth, you felt it would be too dangerous. Of course, you also thought about using wicked navigation to judge the danger, but unfortunately, this talent had too many flaws. It doesn't indicate danger just because someone with higher cultivation is present. It only shows a dangerous route if a place is inherently dangerous to you or if someone in that direction already harbors murderous intent towards you. So, if someone develops murderous intent because of something you did, wicked navigation can't predict it in advance. After staying at the Jiang family for a few days, you continued your journey to the Valley of Flames. In the 44th year, you arrived outside the Valley of Flames. Before you even got close, the path shown by wicked navigation turned a faint red. Clearly, this indicated that the Phoenix Flame Valley was dangerous for you. However, the uniform faint red color made you feel relieved. This likely meant that the demonic phoenixes here wouldn't attack you. Based on your years of studying wicked navigation, if the demonic phoenixes intended to attack you, the path would be a much brighter red, indicating maximum danger. In the following days, you began cultivating within the Immortal Spirit sect. Apart from occasionally interacting with Kuzuxuan, you rarely left the sect. Decades passed in the blink of an eye. In the 79th year, your immortal Dao cultivation broke through to the 3rd level of the body fusion realm. It took you 19 years to advance by just 2 minor realms. Clearly, as your cultivation increased, your progress slowed down again. In the 80th year, your late bloomer talent activated, doubling your cultivation speed. With the boost from your late bloomer talent, your cultivation speed finally increased significantly. In the 84th year, your immortal Tao cultivation broke through to the 4th level of the body fusion realm. In the 89th year, your immortal Tao cultivation broke through to the 5th level of the body fusion realm. In the 90th year, your late bloomer talent strengthened again, further increasing your cultivation speed. By this time, you were 110 years old, but your cultivation speed was accelerating. Even though you were now in the body integration stage, it only took you 2 years to break through a minor realm. In the 95th year, your immortal Tao cultivation reached the peak of the body integration stage. Such rapid progress made you marvel at the power of the late bloomer talent. And this was just the beginning. If it truly reached its maximum potential of 10 times the speed, you couldn't even imagine how fast your cultivation would be. After your immortal Tao cultivation reached its peak, you left the immortal arrival sect again and headed to the Valley of Flames to focus on martial Tao cultivation. Improving in martial Tao was much harder than in the immortal Tao. Even with the double boost from your late bloomer talent and the assistance of the Phoenix Flames, it still couldn't match the speed of your immortal Tao progress. Based on your estimates, it would take about 10 years to advance a minor realm in martial Tao. You thought this might be because you didn't have a particularly good martial Tao talent. Although your Yimu divine body could assist in martial training, it wasn't specifically designed for martial Tao enhancement. In the 100th year, your late bloomer talent strengthened again, now providing 3 times the cultivation speed. This significantly accelerated your martial Tao cultivation. In the 102nd year, you successfully broke through to the 2nd level of the immovable realm in martial Tao. In the 109th year, you broke through to the 3rd level of the immovable realm. In the 110th year, you looked up at the sky, and indeed, the giant hand that covered the sky did not appear in the blink of an eye. Several years passed. Year 138. You are now 158 years old. Your late bloomer talent has increased your cultivation speed by 6 times. Your martial Tao realm has finally reached the pinnacle of the immovable realm. It's finally time to break through to a higher realm. You can't help but feel a bit excited. Not just because of the increase in strength, but also because, if you successfully break through to the Great Ascension stage, you have a high chance of becoming an elder of the Immortal Arrival sect. This would allow you to truly become a core member of the Immortal Arrival sect and gain access to more secrets you might not know. Year 139. You leave the Valley of Flames and find a secluded place to prepare for the breakthrough. But at this moment, you see heavenly thunder flashing in the sky. You panic, thinking you have attracted the heavenly thunder. Quickly, you realize this is not the case, but you witness an even more heart-stopping scene, because you discover that it is not heavenly thunder, but a tribulation for becoming an immortal. Someone is undergoing the tribulation to become an immortal. You instinctively think it is your father, Jiang Fushan. You look up and realize it is not. It is a lady in red. Due to the distance, your eye of insight cannot probe her information. At this moment, a bad premonition arises in your heart. Could that giant hand covering the sky appear again? Half an hour later, the lady in red's tribulation ends, and at this moment, you feel the sky darken. Is that a foot? Your wicked navigation is flashing crazily. The entire navigation system is red, without any lighter colors. You see that towering foot step down, and the entire southern regions fall, with no survivors. You died at the age of 158. This simulation ends. Ding. One-time talent wicked navigation has been reclaimed. Temporary talent absolute rationality has been placed into the talent pool. For this simulation, you can choose 2 rewards: late bloomer talent, divine Tao cultivation, immortal arrival sect jade talisman. Late bloomer talent costs 1,000 origin values. Jiang Yifeng felt his sense of security had multiplied. After adapting to his newly acquired strength for a while, Jiang Yifeng began to think about the situation in this simulation. This time, the improvement in cultivation was immense, almost reaching 2 major realms. He was just a step away from the Great Ascension stage and could compete for the position of Elder in the Immortal Arrival sect. If he truly became an Elder of the Immortal Arrival sect, he might learn some hidden information. It was a pity that an unexpected event occurred at the end. But it must be said, the orange talent late bloomer had effects on cultivation beyond Jiang Yifeng's expectations. Besides the cultivation improvement, many unforeseen events occurred in this simulation. No, it didn't go according to plan at all. It was all the absolute rationality talent acting on its own. In this simulation, due to his influence, his father Jiang Fushan did not cultivate, but someone else did become an immortal. This was something Jiang Yifeng had never considered before. Moreover, the one who appeared at the end to kill the immortal was not the giant hand, but a foot. It seemed they were not the same person. Not using hands but using feet. Thinking of this, Jiang Yifeng couldn't help but feel that the immortals in the immortal realm seemed quite simple. They didn't use any fancy immortal techniques, just hands and feet. Not classy at all. Bad review, Jiang Yifeng muttered under his breath. However, despite his complaints, Jiang Yifeng's thoughts continued. He was thinking that these simulations might indeed be the immortal realm's powerful beings flipping the table. He thought it was possible that his father Jiang Fushan was a pawn of a powerful being in the immortal realm, and the one undergoing the tribulation this time was a pawn of another powerful being. And the giant hand and the foot might represent different powerful beings or their subordinates. They would flip the table when the other's pawn was becoming an immortal. But why? Jiang Yifeng couldn't understand. Logically, becoming an immortal shouldn't be a big deal. The heavens shouldn't lack immortals, and one immortal shouldn't affect the overall situation. Why would someone becoming an immortal in the southern regions make them so angry, willing to forsake their dignity as higher beings? Doing something as petty as flipping the table? Jiang Yifeng couldn't figure it out for now. This could only be slowly explored in future simulations. Jiang Yifeng stopped thinking about the powerful beings of the immortal realm. Instead, he stepped out of his room and looked in the direction of Bright Moon City. Based on the information from the last simulation, he had exchanged the mountains over the Phrenergy value using the simulator, which attracted a large number of immortal slaves to investigate. Those immortal slaves even dispatched many people to investigate the major cities around, including Green Hills City. Jiang Yifeng wasn't sure if there were any tribulation crossing stage immortal slaves among them. If there were, the breath-concealing talisman he got from Beiru Oaksu wouldn't be able to hide his cultivation level. So, figuring out how to solve this problem was his top priority now. Should he follow the simulation and create some big commotion in a distant place to muddy the waters? Jiang Yifeng hesitated for a moment, mumbling to himself. Isn't that a bit risky? He felt that reality was different from the simulation. There was no room for trial and error. Who could guarantee that when he used his cultivation to travel quickly in reality, he wouldn't be discovered by the immortal slaves? In the end, Jiang Yifeng chose to play it safe. There was no need to take risks now. From this simulation, he could roughly estimate that those immortal slaves wouldn't come to Green Hills City so soon. There was still time for him to complete the next simulation, as long as he could cultivate to a high level of the Great Ascension stage. In the next simulation, he felt he could protect himself from the immortal arrival sect's immortal slaves. After all, he was a dual cultivator of martial Dao and divine Dao. While he might not be able to defeat them across levels, he was confident in his ability to protect himself, if he could cultivate to the tribulation crossing stage. Thinking of this, Jiang Yifeng grinned. Those immortal slaves from the immortal arrival sect would be nothing. After figuring things out, Jiang Yifeng calmed down, no longer feeling anxious. Given his current talent and the results of the previous simulations, he was confident he could achieve his goal. Even so, in the following days, apart from listening to music daily, Jiang Yifeng spent most of his time making teleportation jade plates. He even made ones far superior to the ones Beiru Oaksu had given him, capable of teleporting thousands of kilometers away. Always have a backup plan. Although Jiang Yifeng believed that one more simulation would make him unafraid of the immortal slaves, it was still wise to be prepared for any eventuality. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Jiang Yifeng returned to his room. As soon as the simulation count refreshed, he silently commanded, "You can't explain it clearly for a moment, so you just tell your father to remember your words." "Your father, Jiang Fushan sees you being persistent and just laughs, saying he remembers and won't cultivate. On the second day, you go to the Spring Blossom Pavilion and find Kuzuxuan, wanting to connect with her emotionally. That's right, without the absolute rationality talent, you still choose to use emotions. But you feel that you are different from the previous heartless self. You come with sincerity, using only a small part. On the 10th day, you and Kuzuxuan become emotionally connected and spend a wonderful night together. You put in countless sweat and effort for this. When you hit absolute rationality, it took you 3 whole years to win Kuzuxuan, but this time it only took 10 days. You can't help but disdainfully think, absolute rationality is useless, your original personality is stronger and more attractive to girls. You automatically ignore the role of the love saint talent this time. Years pass in the blink of an eye. You and Kuzuxuan now have a child. Over the years, you have also let Kuzuxuan know that you have obtained a fortuitous encounter and entered the immortal Tao. This time, with the love saint talent, Kuzuxuan is even more devoted and infatuated with you. She doesn't ask for any details and confesses her identity to you. It's worth mentioning that your cultivation has also made breakthroughs during your free time. At this moment, your martial Tao cultivation has reached the first level of the transcendent realm, and your immortal Tao cultivation has reached the first level of the Great Ascension stage. In the 12th year, you feel the ground shaking, and you know the inheritance is coming. So, using the same method, you bring Kuzuxuan into the inheritance hall. This time, because you have the Child of Fortune talent, the inheritance does not reject you. As for your father, you had already arranged for him before entering and did not bring him into the inheritance hall. 3 days later, Yang Zhuo arrives, and Kuzuxuan calls for help from Kukuang. Soon, Kukuang arrives, understands the situation, and directly slaps Yang Zhuo to death. At this moment, you are just pretending and cooperating with the inheritance to reveal all your strength. However, you notice that Kukuang looks at you with a strange expression. You frown slightly, wondering, what's going on? You did everything according to the previous simulation, so why is Kukuang still looking at you with suspicion? Just as you are puzzled, Kukuang speaks. Kukuang sneers and says that while the immortal Tao inheritance can indeed enhance one's strength, reaching the Great Ascension stage in just 3 days is absurd. Does he look like a fool to you? Kukuang's words shocked you. You initially thought that following the previous simulations would ensure success, but you overlooked your own strength. In the previous simulations, your strength wasn't as formidable as it is now. Perhaps in Kukuang's eyes, the 3 immortal Tao inheritances could indeed bring such an improvement. But now, your strength far exceeds that of the previous simulations, so you couldn't deceive Kukuang. For a moment, your heart was filled with bitterness, but you still forced yourself to remain calm and looked at Kukuang with feigned confusion. Kukuang was unmoved and spoke bluntly, either you abolish your cultivation and stay with Kuzuxuan, and he would protect you both, or you die. What to do? What to do? The pressure from Kukuang made you extremely anxious and unable to think clearly. At this moment, Kuzuxuan suddenly knelt in front of Kukuang, tears streaming down her face. She begged Kukuang not to abolish your cultivation and not to kill you. Seeing his beloved granddaughter like this, Kukuang felt helpless. Finally, he told you that no matter what your reasons were for deliberately approaching his granddaughter, if you dared to betray her, you would surely die. Hearing this, you breathed a sigh of relief and repeatedly made promises. Several days passed, and you, Kuzuxuan, and Jiang Lianqiu were taken back to the Immortal Arrival Sect's branch by Kukuang. However, perhaps because you couldn't deceive Kukuang, he didn't arrange for you to join the Immortal Arrival Sect. In fact, he even confined you in the palace. You had no way to resist this. So, you could only focus on cultivating. Decades passed in the blink of an eye. In the 38th year, your cultivation level had reached the 3rd tier of the Great Ascension stage. This cultivation speed was not particularly fast. You knew that your true rapid improvement would begin after 100 years, when you activated the late bloomer talent. But this time, being confined by Kukuang and not allowed to join the Immortal Arrival Sect, you didn't know if you would have the chance to activate that talent. In the 40th year, Kuzuxuan excitedly found you and told you that her grandfather, Kukuang, had agreed to help you get a chance to join the Immortal Arrival sect. Hearing this, you were overjoyed and hugged Kuzuxuan tightly. In the 41st year, Kukuang took you to undergo the assessment to join the Immortal Arrival sect. In the 43rd year, you returned to Green Hills City and saw your elderly father, Jiang Fushan, bedridden and frail. Seeing him like this, you couldn't bear it. So, you told your father to cultivate, assuring him that as long as he didn't reach an extremely high level, it shouldn't be a problem. But Jiang Fushan just shook his head. He told you that although he didn't know why you didn't want him to cultivate, he trusted you had your reasons. He didn't want to be a burden to you. Being able to see you one last time before his end was enough for him. In the 45th year, your father passed away peacefully. You spent these 2 years at home with him, making up for the guilt in your heart. In the 46th year, you began to hunt down seekers of the Immortal Tao on a large scale. In the 51st year, your merits in the Immortal Arrival sect met the standard, and you earned the opportunity to be assessed for promotion to Elder. Shenhua Ayu told you that becoming an Elder was a significant event and required an assessment at the Immortal Arrival sect's headquarters. Afterward, Shenhua Ayu took you away. You had no idea what this assessment entailed, but it was said that everyone who was promoted to Elder had to undergo it. You didn't hesitate and followed along. Having been in the Immortal Arrival sect for so many years, you had only ever been in the Great Abyssal Kingdoms branch. You were indeed curious about the headquarters. Of course, you were also somewhat cautious. After all, the headquarters of the Immortal Arrival sect was too mysterious. You knew that not only you but other ordinary immortal slaves also didn't know where it was. You followed Shenhua Ayo, flying all the way, and then entered the Desert of Death. You frowned slightly, puzzled. Was the headquarters of the Immortal Arrival sect in the Desert of Death? After a long time, Shenhua Ayo brought you to an oasis in the Desert of Death, then landed and said to you, "We're here." Looking around, you were even more confused. Although you didn't have memories from previous simulations, you had a fragmentary map of the Desert of Death. You knew this was the place where you had hidden and cultivated in the early simulations. The headquarters of the Immortal Arrival sect was actually here. But why hadn't you encountered it before? Quickly, you learn from Shenhua Ayu the reason why you didn't notice anything amiss in your previous simulations. Shenhua Ayu looks at you, points to the distant, sprawling mountain range, and tells you that is the headquarters of the Immortal Arrival sect. He says that although the mountain range doesn't seem far, it's merely an illusion. It's impossible to reach it by flying. You need to use an ancient teleportation formation in this oasis. You follow the direction Shenhua Ayu is pointing. Your heart skips a beat. It's the mountain range you had almost forgotten. You suddenly recall that during one simulation, while chasing mountain bandits, you got lost in the Desert of Death and headed towards that mountain range. Initially, you thought it was the Evergreen Mountain Range, which led you astray. In subsequent simulations, you focused solely on increasing your strength and leaving the southern regions, never paying attention to that mountain range. You never imagined it was the headquarters of the Immortal Arrival sect. Lost in your thoughts, Shenhua Ayu leads you to a hidden spot in the oasis. As an 8th grade formation master, you quickly identify a teleportation formation there. Moreover, you can't fully comprehend this teleportation formation at first glance. After observing for a while, you determine that this formation surpasses the ordinary 9th grade level, reaching the level of an immortal grade formation. No wonder you couldn't discover it in previous simulations. Back then, you weren't even a formation master, so how could you have noticed such an advanced formation? Your suspicions are confirmed. The Immortal Arrival sect, established nearly 1,000,000 years ago, is indeed not as simple as it appears. With such an immortal grade teleportation formation, could Shenhua Ayo, who is only at the 5th layer of tribulation, really be the sect master? You suspect he might just be a puppet sect master. While you're lost in thought, Shenhua Ayu activates the immortal grade teleportation formation. He calls out to you and steps inside. Taking a deep breath, you realize you need to be even more cautious on this journey. After all, if Shenhua Ayu is merely a puppet sect master, Kukuang's influence might not be effective at the Immortal Arrival Sect headquarters. But there's no turning back now. You have to go. The more mysterious and powerful the Immortal Arrival Sect is, the more likely they are to possess deeper information. Is their goal not to eliminate all the local cultivators of the southern regions? You can't help but wonder, could the truth be that the Immortal Arrival Sect wants to clear its name? Quickly, you shake your head, dismissing your wild thoughts. Many things have already proven that the Immortal Arrival Sect is relentlessly killing local cultivators in the southern regions, preventing them from cultivating. They even use the blood of ordinary people for blood sacrifices to summon immortals. Clearly, they are not intentionally sparing the local cultivators of the southern regions. You think there might be some other restriction, or perhaps the powerful beings of the immortal realm are deliberately imposing limitations. Before long, Shenhua Ayu leads you to a side hall in the headquarters of the Immortal Arrival Sect. He gestures for you to enter, saying someone inside is ready to conduct an assessment. Feeling suspicious, you still obediently walk in. After all, you've come this far, and there's no turning back from the assessment now. Entering the side hall, you don't see anyone. A sense of foreboding washes over you. You wonder if something unexpected is about to happen. However, remembering your one-time used death substitute doll, you feel more courageous. You survey your surroundings. The dimly lit side hall has no furnishings, but you notice many murals on the walls. Curious, you walk over to examine them, and the first mural catches your attention. The mural depicts a transparent light that shield covering a continent, with countless cultivators inside being struck by heavenly thunder. Many are attacking the light shield, trying to break it and escape. The more you look, the more familiar it seems. It resembles the situation in the southern regions. The southern regions are also covered by a sealing formation, and every few decades, the cultivators inside are struck by heavenly thunder. They, too, try to break the formation and escape. A thought suddenly occurs to you. Could these murals depict the history of the southern regions? You quickly move on to examine the other murals, hoping to find more clues. After observing for a long time, you realize that the stories depicted in these murals are interconnected. The first mural shows a light shield enveloping the continent. Every few decades, heavenly thunder descends, killing countless cultivators. All cultivators wish to break the shield and escape. The second mural depicts two individuals using immense power to create 4 cracks in the light shield, escaping heavily injured. The third mural shows a shadowy figure appearing in the sky shortly after the two escape, enraged and attempting to shatter the continent. The fourth mural depicts a white-clad figure appearing to stop the shadowy figure just as he is about to strike. The fifth mural shows the two figures having a long, secret conversation, after which the white-clad figure captures 4 fierce beasts to guard the cracks in the light shield. The previously enraged shadowy figure then controls a cultivator from the southern regions to establish the Immortal Arrival Sect. You stare at the fifth mural, feeling that the controlled cultivator who founded the Immortal Arrival Sect looks familiar, as if you've seen him somewhere before. Unfortunately, the depiction on the mural is too vague for you to see clearly. In the end, you shake your head, dismissing the thought, thinking you might be overthinking it. The Immortal Spirit Sect has existed for millions of years. The founder should have long been dead. How could you have seen him? After viewing the 5 murals, you are almost certain that they recount the history of the southern regions. Except for not explaining the origin of the sealing formation, everything else matches the events in the southern regions. This includes the initial attempts by everyone to break the formation, Mo Jingshan and Liu Yi's escape, the wrath of the immortal realm's powerful beings, wanting to shatter the southern regions, the appearance of another powerful being, the negotiation, or rather, the confrontation between the two. Finally, the origins of the 4 fierce beasts and the founding of the Immortal Arrival Sect. At this point, you also understand why there have always been legends about Mo Jingshan. Because they did indeed escape. You now realize that before the escape of Liu Yi and Mo Jingshan, there was no Immortal Arrival Sect. So, at that time, there was no shortage of cultivators. Although they faced heavenly thunder every few decades, the cultivators of the southern regions did not have to hide from the Immortal Arrival Sect's pursuit. Of course, It might have been their escape that attracted the attention of the immortal realm's powerful beings, making life more difficult for the cultivators of the southern regions. These murals have answered many of your questions, but you are now even more puzzled by the Immortal Arrival sect's recent actions. Weren't you here to participate in the Elder Assessment? Why are you being shown these past events? The founder of the Immortal Arrival sect, seeing your cautious expression, laughs heartily and tells you not to be nervous. He asks if you want to know the story behind the murals. Although you are scared and unsure of his intentions, you also know this is a rare opportunity to learn about the southern regions. So, you nod. Seeing this, he begins to slowly recount the story. He tells you that he is indeed the founder of the Immortal Arrival sect, named Shen Yushan, a genius from the same era as Mo Jingshan and Liu Yuya. And the sect master outside, Shenhua Ayo, is merely a clone he created. When Shen Yushan mentions Mo Jingshan and Liu Yuya, his words are filled with agitation, as if there is some deep-seated grudge. You are puzzled but do not interrupt. He continues, saying that after Mo Jingshan and Liu Yuya selfishly escaped, the southern regions became a living hell. The two powerful beings from the immortal realm used 4 fierce beasts to block the cracks in the formation. And he, the strongest in the southern regions apart from Liu Yuya and Mo Jingshan, was chosen by the immortal realm's powerful beings to become the founder of the Immortal Arrival sect. Hearing this, you understand that after Mo Jingshan and Liu Yuya escaped, Shen Yushan became the strongest and was selected as a pawn by the immortal realm's powerful beings. Perhaps this is why Shen Yushan showed emotional turmoil when mentioning Mo Jingshan and Liu Yuya. Shenhua Ayo does not stop and continues to narrate. He says that at first, he had no sense of self, like a walking corpse, ruthlessly killing his own kind every day. He lived a life worse than death until one day, he discovered the current headquarters of the Immortal Arrival sect. He found that this land was an ancient relic, and here, he could temporarily escape the control of the immortal realm's powerful beings. So, he established the headquarters of the Immortal Arrival sect here, allowing him to temporarily break free from the control of those powerful beings. He continues, saying that although this ancient land gave him temporary self-awareness, it was because the immortal realm's powerful beings were too arrogant. The powerful beings of the immortal realm did not care whether he could regain self-awareness, as long as he completed his tasks. At this point, Shen Yushan looks at you for a moment before continuing, saying that he is now at the brink of a breakthrough. Once he breaks through again, even if he leaves this place, he will have a chance to completely free himself from the control of the immortal realm's powerful beings. He asks if you are willing to help him. Hearing this, a sense of foreboding rises in your heart. Help him? Shen Yushan's cultivation level is beyond the reach of your eye of insight. How do you plan to help him break through? At that moment, Shen Yushan's eerie laughter echoed through the hall. He then said, Divine Tao, I've finally encountered someone who cultivates the Divine Tao. Hearing this, you frowned, thinking to yourself, was the Elder Assessment just a ruse all along? Was it because your cultivation of the Divine Tao was seen through by Shen Yushan's puppet, Shenhua Ayo, that you were brought here? Were they using the uniqueness of your Divine Tao cultivation to help Shen Yushan break through? Your guess was only half right. It was indeed because of the uniqueness of your Divine Tao cultivation that Shenhua Ayo chose you. But you didn't know that originally, you were indeed brought here just for the Elder Assessment. However, this assessment was also a way for Shen Yushan to identify anyone cultivating the Divine Tao. Not just you, but everyone participating in the Elder Assessment was subjected to this. If a participant wasn't cultivating the Divine Tao, they would be implanted with a restriction, allowing Shen Yushan to control them when necessary. But once someone cultivating the Divine Tao was discovered, Shen Yushan's plan would succeed. The real reason, which Shen Yushan didn't tell you, was that he had obtained an ancient dark art in this ancient land. His current cultivation strength was all thanks to this dark art. But even now, he hadn't fully mastered it. To truly master it, he needed the nascent soul of a true Divine Tao cultivator to reforge himself. So, initially, Shen Yushan didn't know you were cultivating the Divine Tao. It was only after you entered the side hall that he discovered you were cultivating the ancient Divine Tao. At that moment, Shen Yushan was overjoyed. He had schemed for hundreds of thousands of years and finally found a true divine Tao cultivator. He was about to achieve his dark art's ultimate form. This was also why he patiently talked to you for so long. He was simply too excited. He finally saw the dawn of breaking free from the control of the immortal realm's great powers. While you were lost in thought, you saw Shen Yushan muttering something under his breath. After he finished, figures started rushing into the side hall one after another. Time passed bit by bit, and half an hour later, the entire side hall was packed with people, and even outside, it was a sea of people. For a moment, you couldn't count how many people had arrived, but you estimated there were at least hundreds of thousands. He intended to use this bit of divine Tao essence to take a gamble. In the 53rd year, you slowly woke up. You didn't know how long you had been unconscious, nor where you were, but you knew you had escaped from Shen Yushan's grasp. You had a vague sense when you activated the death substitute doll. You rubbed your heavy head and began to investigate your surroundings. You found yourself in a simple wooden hut, indicating that its owner wasn't wealthy. You thought you might have been saved by a kind-hearted person while you were unconscious. Before you could think further, a simple and honest young man walked in from outside. Seeing you awake, he was overjoyed. After some inquiries, you got a rough understanding of the current situation. The young man's name was Liang Du, a young hunter. He found you unconscious in the wild and carried you back. According to Du, you had been unconscious for half a year. During this time, he and his younger sister took turns taking care of you. Naturally, you were deeply grateful. You then asked where you were. Du told you this was Qingliang Mountain, under the territory of the Canaan sect. Hearing this, you were puzzled. What was the Canaan sect? You had never heard of it before. Suddenly, a thought struck you, and your eyes lit up. You thought you might have turned misfortune into fortune and ended up outside the southern regions. The more you thought about it, the more likely it seemed. After all, Du appeared to be an ordinary person, yet he could mention the name of a sect, something impossible in the southern regions. In the southern regions, ordinary people who knew about cultivators would be killed by the immortal slaves of the immortal arrival sect. So you quickly asked Liang Du, which major region is this? Unfortunately, Du was just a commoner and had only heard of the Canaan sect by name. The Nine Mystic Realm has several major regions, but he had no idea about such things. Thus, you had to temporarily give up on determining which region you had arrived in. In the days that followed, you stayed at Liang Du's home. Of course, you didn't stay for free. Every few days, you would go out and bring back a large amount of game. This made Du and his sister, Yi Xiaoqing, feel like they were the ones taking advantage of you. In truth, you stayed here partly to help improve the lives of those who had shown you kindness. The other reason was that you had been severely injured when Shen Yushan extracted a large amount of your blood and part of your soul. At this moment, you could only exert the power of the Foundation establishment stage. Staying with Du and his sister at least ensured your safety and allowed you to slowly recover your strength. Once you ventured far, you couldn't be sure what might happen. After all, you were unfamiliar with this place. You didn't know which areas might be dangerous. You decided to wait until your strength recovered before making any plans. Your current power was too limited. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. In the 55th year, Du came limping back. He knelt in front of you, begging you to save Yi Xiaoqing. After years of living together, Du and his sister had long realized you were no ordinary person. Now that Yi Xiaoqing was in danger, Du could only turn to you for help. Seeing Du's appearance, you frowned slightly. You didn't want to get involved in too many matters. You just wanted to peacefully recover your cultivation. But you still asked Du what had happened. You thought that if it wasn't a big deal, you would help, considering you had lived in their home for so long. Du didn't dare to hide anything and explained everything in detail. It turned out that Yi Xiaoqing had been captured by some thugs. 10 years passed in a flash. In the 63rd year, your cultivation had only recovered to the peak of cow formation. It could only be said that the damage Shen Yushan's dark arts inflicted on you was too severe. You started to complain about the one-time talent death substitute doll. It was supposed to save your life. So why did you still suffer such severe injuries? You wanted to give it a bad review. During these 10 years, Du's martial arts had also made progress. breaking through to the condensing core realm, equivalent to the foundation establishment stage in the immortal Tao. This was much faster than your initial progress. This wasn't because Dao's martial arts talent was better than yours. It was because the area outside the southern regions was more suitable for cultivation, whether in the immortal Tao or martial Tao. Even someone like Dao, with mediocre martial arts talent, made decent progress with your help, eating demonic beast meat every day and using it to train. After all, demonic beast meat was also a resource for martial arts cultivation. This made you recall your earlier simulations, where you had to eat ordinary beast meat while training in the southern regions. The rest had to be slowly honed using the unnamed techniques from the war god art. This made you realize the immense importance of cultivation resources, whether in the martial Tao or immortal Tao. Of course, you also knew that Dao's rapid progress was not just due to the demonic beast meat you hunted for him, but also his relentless training. These years, you had seen with your own eyes how Dao slept only 2 or 3 hours a day, spending the rest of his time training in martial arts. One day, Dao came to you and said he wanted to go to the Kanyan sect to find Xiaoqing. In fact, over the years, Yi Xiaoqing had sent letters home, and both you and Liang Dao knew that she had been taken by a fairy from the Kanyan sect. You looked at Dao and smiled, nodding without stopping him. Instead, you gave him dozens of teleportation jade plates for his protection. These teleportation jade plates were made by you in reality and had never been used. Now, you gave almost half of them to Dao. Of course, you modified the teleportation jade plates to activate with martial energy. Dao left, and the slightly shabby wooden hut was left with only you, the outsider. Time flowed like water, and before you knew it, decades had passed. In the 79th year, you finally regained the strength of the early spirit transformation stage. That same year, you turned 100 years old, and your late bloomer talent activated, doubling your cultivation speed. In the 80th year, you looked up at the sky with increasing despondency and let out a sigh. During this year, you did not feel any acceleration in the recovery of your injuries. You wondered if the late bloomer talent couldn't speed up healing. But this puzzled you greatly, as cultivation is supposed to accelerate spiritual energy absorption and increase one's power. Now, you're also absorbing spiritual energy to heal, so why isn't this talent working? You cursed inwardly. Damn double standards. In the 85th year, your injuries were still severe, and you could only recover to the early spirit transformation stage. This made you frown deeply, even considering the idea of dispersing your cultivation and starting over. After all, this recovery speed was even slower than starting cultivation anew. Of course, you dismissed this thought as soon as it arose. Having received an immortal Tao inheritance, you were no longer a novice in cultivation and knew clearly that dispersing your cultivation would damage your foundation. You would never again reach your former heights. In the 90th year, you looked at the 2 strands of white hair at your temples and let out a bitter laugh. You were only 110 years old, which, given your cultivation, should still be considered youthful, yet you already had white hair. This was not normal. But looking at your appearance, you weren't too surprised. After all, Shen Yushan had extracted a large amount of your blood essence and soul. This would naturally have a severe impact on your lifespan. In truth, you had long suspected this but pretended not to know, clinging to a sliver of hope. You thought perhaps the death substitute doll talent would help eliminate these hidden dangers. But now it seemed, clearly not. The death substitute doll talent, true to its name, could only substitute for death. You glanced at the wooden hut you had lived in for decades, took a deep breath, and sighed. I can't keep hiding. Initially, you thought you could hide and recover, regaining your strength before investigating the situation here. If it was too dangerous, you would just keep hiding and cultivate until the end of your lifespan. You glanced at the somewhat shy fairy sister beside you and silently recited, Dao De Jing. You really didn't mean to. You just casually chatted a bit, and she came to you on her own. Yes, that's what you thought. As for the Love Saint talent, what is that? You selectively forgot about it, firmly refusing to acknowledge you had used this talent. Afterward, you successfully settled in the Kanyan sect as Xia Zishan's Tao companion. This 3,000-year-old fairy, Xia Zishan was an elder of the Canaan sect, with a high status and power at the 9th level of Tribulation Crossing. Upon learning of your severe injuries, she used her position to provide you with many treasures. In the 95th year, the white hair at your temples had completely disappeared. You could now exert the peak power of the spirit transformation stage. However, you felt that further recovery was becoming increasingly difficult. In truth, there was no other way. Over the past few years, you had obtained many treasures from Xia Zishan that increased lifespan and restored blood essence. But there were no treasures to heal soul injuries. Half of your injuries were from the soul without the corresponding treasures. Relying on time to slowly restore soul power naturally made it difficult to recover your cultivation. Over these years, you also asked Xia Zishan which region of the 9 mystic realm this place belonged to. But Xia Zishan's answer surprised you. She said this was the Divine Martial Continent, a whole entity, and they divided territories by sects, without any regional divisions. Her answer made you ponder for a long time. Later, you also inquired about the Immortal Realm, but Xia Zishan said she didn't know what the Immortal Realm was. In the end, you stopped exploring further, thinking you might have been wrong from the start. You weren't transported out of the southern regions but directly out of the 9 mystic realm, perhaps even far from the Immortal Realm. However, you thought this might be for the best, as it kept you farther from the powerful beings of the Immortal Realm, making it safer. This way, as long as you didn't deliberately cause trouble, once you healed your injuries, wouldn't you be able to simulate for eternity? You couldn't help but start fantasizing that after this simulation, you might become invincible. Year 100, your vital essence was depleted, but Xia Zishan used heavenly treasures to almost completely restore it. However, the damage to your soul is still recovering slowly, causing your cultivation to be stuck at the peak of spirit transformation, unable to advance to a higher level. Nevertheless, you are no longer overly worried. After all, the replenishment of your vital essence has almost restored your lifespan. As long as your lifespan is sufficient, you believe that one day, your soul power will fully recover. Besides, you now know that this place is far from the Immortal Realm, so there's no need to panic. In the same year, Liang Du and Yi Xiaoqing came to visit you together. By this time, they had already expressed their feelings for each other and were now a couple. In fact, shortly after you arrived at the Canaan sect, Du and Xiaoqing already knew about you, but at that time, they were only inner sect disciples and couldn't enter the elder's residence. But now it's different. After years of cultivation, they have become personal disciples of the Canaan sect. They now have the authority to visit the elder's residence. When Du saw you, he knelt down immediately to express his gratitude. He said that not only did you teach him the Tao, but you also gave him the courage to confess to his beloved. He solemnly swore that even though you were unwilling to take him as a disciple, he would always consider himself your student. Having lived with Tu for a long time, you know he's as stubborn as a mule and can only nod helplessly. After a brief reunion, Tu and Xiaoqing bid you farewell. You return to your peaceful recuperation. Very peaceful, except for occasionally keeping company with the 3,000-year-old fairy sister, Xia Zishan. In the blink of an eye, decades passed. Year 180, Tu, covered in blood, ran to you with a smile and handed you a soul-condensing flower. Soul-condensing flower is a rare treasure that can repair the soul, something one can only come across by chance. You looked at the soul-condensing flower in your hand and then at Du's miserable appearance. You sighed and told him not to do this again, saying your injuries were not serious. You didn't know how Du found out you needed heavenly treasures to repair your soul, but you knew that even Xia Zishan, at the 9th level of Tribulation Crossing, didn't have such a treasure. You couldn't imagine how difficult it must have been for Liang Du, who was only at the true core realm, to find and obtain it. After all, you are different from Du. You know you are in a simulation. If you risk your life to cultivate and actually lose it, it would reduce the simulation time and improve less. If not necessary, stable cultivation is actually the most cost-effective. Year 830, you laughed heartily as your injuries finally fully healed. You had finally regained your full strength. Your immortal Tao cultivation was now at the 3rd level of the Great Ascension stage, and your martial Tao had reached the first level of the Transcendent Realm. In the same year, Tu and Ixioking came to celebrate with you. Although their strength had already surpassed yours, they were still very respectful to you. After a brief reunion, you devoted yourself entirely to cultivation. Year 835, your immortal Tao cultivation broke through to the fourth level of the Great Ascension stage. Even with the tenfold cultivation speed buff from being a late bloomer, it still took you 4 to 5 years to break through a small realm. You understood the reason well: the higher the realm, the slower the cultivation. This is common knowledge among cultivators. Of course, your cultivation speed was already quite fast compared to ordinary people. But compared to top geniuses like your father, there was still a considerable gap. Nonetheless, you were satisfied with yourself. Year 840, you noticed that Xia Zishan often looked worried. You asked her what was wrong, but she didn't say anything. Year 850, Xia Zishan bid you farewell, saying she was going out for a few years and didn't know when she would return, asking you to take care of yourself. You felt that something must have happened, but since Xia Zishan was unwilling to say, you were helpless. This made you frown. No matter what the change was, you knew it wouldn't be good for you. After all, the more stable the environment, the better for you to simulate, develop, and cultivate. However, you also knew that stability was not something you could decide. You could only cultivate harder, striving to improve your strength before any changes occurred. 5 years later, the divine martial continent fell into chaos, and even someone as detached from worldly affairs as you had heard a bit about it. In the year 860, Liang Du and Ixioking, covered in blood, found you. They wanted to take you away from here. After some inquiries, you learned that the divine martial continent had been invaded several years ago. The experts from various major sects had been resisting on the front lines, but they were no match for the enemy. At this moment, the enemy had fully invaded the divine martial continent. Sects like the Kanyan sect had become primary targets for the enemy. Staying here would be extremely dangerous. It was only then that you realized Xia Zishan's farewell earlier must have been because she went to the front lines. Now that the enemy had invaded the divine martial continent, she was likely in grave danger. Thinking of this, you felt a bit sad. After hundreds of years together, you had developed some feelings for this fairy sister who was thousands of years older than you. However, you knew this was not the time to be emotional. Without asking further, you chose to leave the Kanyan sect with Tu and Xioking, starting a life on the run. Years passed in the blink of an eye. During these years, the situation on the divine martial continent worsened, and you, along with Tu and Xioking, were constantly hiding and fleeing. In the year 880, you were found by a group of enemies, leading to a fierce battle. The 3 of you fought and won, but each of you was seriously injured. In the year 890, over the past 10 years, encounters with the enemy became more frequent. Fortunately, none of you were weaklings anymore. Although you got injured each time, you always managed to escape. In the year 900, you encountered the enemy again. This time, the enemy was even stronger, with dozens of experts at the 9th level of Tribulation Crossing. At this moment, you only had the 8th level of the Mahayana realm in Immortal Tao cultivation and the 1st level of the Transcendent realm in Martial Tao cultivation. However, you practiced the Divine Tao, allowing you to convert spiritual energy and primordial energy. With your killing intent and full combat power, you could match experts at the 6th or 7th level of Tribulation Crossing. But compared to the 9th level of Tribulation Crossing, you were still lacking. As for Liang Du and Ixioking, they were both stronger than you. After all, during the hundreds of years you spent recovering from injuries, they had been rapidly advancing, while you remained stagnant. Tu's strength had now reached the 7th level of Semi-Saint in Martial Tao. This corresponded to the 7th level of Tribulation Crossing, and with the stronger combat power of Martial Tao, Tu could barely fight against experts at the 9th level of Tribulation Crossing. Yi Xiaoqing was similar. Her talent in Immortal Tao was strong, and she was now an expert at the 8th level of Tribulation Crossing. With her exceptional comprehension, She could easily wield various spells and fight above her level. If they didn't care about you and only focused on escaping, they would have had a chance. However, they were people of deep feelings and loyalty, and had no intention of abandoning you. But a deep sense of doubt remained buried in Jiang Yifeng's heart. Unable to figure it out, Jiang Yifeng decided to directly ask the simulator. After all, this happened when he exchanged for cultivation, and he suspected it might be a bug in the simulator, which could cause him trouble. Simulator, what's going on? Why did I see non-existent images and memories in my mind? The simulator did not respond. Jiang Yifeng was persistent, repeatedly asking, even cursing the simulator. Unfortunately, it was useless. After a long time, Jiang Yifeng seemed a bit tired and stopped questioning the fragmented images. However, he kept wondering about the cause of those images in his mind. Could it be my own memories? No, that's not right. Jiang Yifeng shook his head. He was certain his memories were intact and had never been lost. Could it be memories from a past life? That didn't seem right either. Jiang Yifeng knew his past life was on a blue planet, without the scenes that had just appeared. Moreover, the key point was that in those images, he seemed to see Du and Xiaoqing. Why did he feel that the people in those images were Du and Xiaoqing? He had only seen their names in the simulation. Even if it were memories from a past life, it wouldn't coincidentally match the names in the simulation. After a long time, he stopped thinking about it. He concluded it must be a bug in the simulator. This thing wouldn't admit it. Finally, Jiang Yifeng turned to ask the simulator about the conditions for the next upgrade. Jiang Yifeng thought that with his cultivation having made another major breakthrough, he might be able to upgrade the simulator again. This time, the simulator didn't play dead but directly answered his question. Ding! To upgrade the simulator to the next version, the host needs to reach the immortal realm and have 10 million origin values. Jiang Yifeng was speechless. This damn thing was not only getting more expensive but also required an absurdly high cultivation level. Forget it, Jiang Yifeng comforted himself inwardly. After all, he still had to rely on the simulator, so he decided not to argue with it. The rewards from this simulation were all redeemed, and it was confirmed that the upgrade conditions for the simulator couldn't be met. Jiang Yifeng began to analyze the information obtained from this simulation. According to this simulation, he learned that the sect master of the immortal arrival sect, Shenhua Ayo, was merely an avatar. The true body was Shenhushan, who had lived for nearly 1,000,000 years. Shenhushan was an unparalleled powerhouse. Even the eye of insight couldn't see through him. However, he was also controlled by a mighty being from the immortal realm. He dared not leave the headquarters of the immortal arrival sect, which was the ancient mountain range observed from the desert of death. According to Shenhushan himself, that place could temporarily free him from the control of the mighty being. Moreover, Shenhushan had an additional plan. He wanted to use dark arts to break through his realm and escape the control of the mighty being. By this calculation, wasn't it likely that Shenhushan was about to reach the same realm as the mighty being from the immortal realm? Thinking of this, Jiang Yifeng suddenly felt that he might be in great danger. If Shenhushan found out that he was cultivating the divine Tao, which was the most crucial part of Shenhushan's dark arts, he would definitely attract Shenhushan's attention. He would send a large number of people to capture him. However, Jiang Yifeng also thought that once Shenhushan left the ancient remnants, he would be controlled by the mighty being from the immortal realm and lose his self-awareness. In this way, the immortal arrival sect seemed not so fearsome after all. From the previous simulations, it was clear that the other members of the immortal arrival sect couldn't see that he was cultivating the divine Tao. Thinking this way, as long as he didn't recklessly join the immortal arrival sect in reality, it seemed there was nothing to fear. This thought made Jiang Yifeng breathe a sigh of relief. Moreover, from the multiple previous simulations, he already knew that as long as no one in the southern regions achieved tribulation crossing and ascended, causing a celestial phenomenon, those mighty beings from the immortal realm would basically not take action. It seemed that the immortals from the immortal realm did not constantly monitor the southern regions but only investigated when certain disturbances occurred. Thinking of this, Jiang Yifeng's lips curled slightly, and he muttered to himself. So, I'm invincible? He felt that the current southern regions were his domain, his heart swelling with pride, eager to conquer all. After all, from this simulation, it showed that his current cultivation could rival experts at the 6th or 7th level of Tribulation Crossing. In the current southern regions, apart from those at the headquarters of the Immortal Arrival sect who were cultivating dark arts for Shanushan at the 9th level of Tribulation Crossing, only Old Lee from Spine Mountain could match him. He just wanted to shout, "Who else?" Suddenly, Jiang Yifeng thought of the person who had warned him after he abolished his father's Qi in a previous simulation. He also thought of the lady in red who had achieved Dao and ascended in another simulation. Instantly, Jiang Yifeng became timid again, although he felt that these people probably wouldn't take action against him. After all, they hadn't done so in the simulations. The immortal slaves of the Immortal Arrival sect were shocked and searched everywhere for the culprit. Meanwhile, the true instigator had already returned to the Jiang family mansion in Green Hills City. Actually, if it were only about increased cultivation, Jiang Yifeng couldn't have acted so swiftly. After all, some places were hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from Green Hills City. The reason he could do this now was thanks to the teleportation array discs he had prepared earlier. With over 1,000 teleportation array discs, each modified to transport nearly 10,000 kilometers, these discs allowed Jiang Yifeng to traverse millions of kilometers. However, these teleportation array discs were random, otherwise, Jiang Yifeng could have caused even more chaos. Returning to the Jiang family mansion, Jiang Yifeng didn't go to the pleasure house to listen to music. Although listening to music was enjoyable, multiple simulations had linked him with Kuzuxuan. Although he didn't have the memories from the simulations, he still felt awkward facing Kuzuxuan. Of course, the key point was that with his current strength, he no longer needed to pretend. In the following days, Jiang Yifeng busied himself with something in the Jiang family mansion. The servants found it all very puzzling. Jiang Yifeng didn't explain because he was setting up a formation. Now that he had the power to protect himself, he had caused a commotion to prevent the immortal slaves from coming to Green Hills City, not out of fear. The key was that if a battle broke out, the aftermath would definitely affect his family. They were all mortals and couldn't withstand it. Now that he had some free time, Jiang Yifeng planned to set up a defensive formation for the Jiang family mansion. Once the immortal slaves from the Immortal Arrival sect came in the future, he wouldn't need to hide anymore. Thinking of this, he felt a bit excited. After painstakingly simulating and improving his strength, he had been holding back for a long time. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Jiang Yifeng's defensive formation was still not completed. But at this time, the simulation count had refreshed. He glanced at the 8th grade top-tier formation he was setting up, hesitated for a moment, and returned to his room. He felt that the defensive formation for the Jiang family mansion was very complex and couldn't be completed in just a few days. Moreover, there was currently no danger. It was better to simulate first. So, after returning to his room, he silently chanted, "Start simulation." Simulation attempt consumed, 1, remaining attempts, 0. Extracting purple talent costs 100 origin values. Chance-based extraction of orange talent costs 1000 origin values. Please choose. Choose chance-based extraction of orange talent. Ding. 1000 origin values deducted. Talent is being randomly extracted. Remaining origin values. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the orange talent, Toti Divine Body. Toti Divine Body, you possess the power of devouring, allowing you to enhance yourself by consuming all things. Note, devouring things beyond your capacity may cause your body to explode. You have obtained a one-time ability, face to face. Face to face. By silently reciting someone's name in your heart, you will appear before them. Can only be used once. Note, only works for people you've met in the same time-space continuum. Awesome. Jiang Yifeng was overjoyed as he looked at the talent and one-time ability he had drawn this time. These effects were incredibly powerful. The function of the Toti Divine Body was self-explanatory. Eat to become stronger. Although the description didn't specify whether it enhanced martial Dao or immortal Dao, Jiang Yifeng believed it was more likely to enhance martial Dao. After all, he had previously obtained similar talents, like the Big Eater talent, which also enhanced martial Dao. However, that talent had too low a ceiling, so he hadn't chosen to redeem it at the time. Jiang Yifeng felt that the Toti Divine Body should be an advanced version of the Big Eater talent. But to be sure, he would need to test it in the simulation. The one-time ability face-to-face also came at the perfect time. He was currently troubled about how to escape the southern regions in this simulation. After all, the path to joining the Immortal Arrival sect had become difficult. Given his current strength, he could easily be exposed. Even if Kukuang introduced him to the Immortal Arrival sect for Kuzixuan's sake, there could still be complications with Shenhua Ayo. And if he had to participate in the Elder Assessment again and encountered Shen Yushan, he wouldn't have a death substitute doll this time and wouldn't be able to escape. Now, this one-time ability had opened up many possibilities for him. He thought he could use this ability to escape the southern regions. Thinking of this, Jiang Yifeng couldn't wait to see the developments in the simulation. However, the simulator's prompts hadn't finished yet, and more text quickly appeared. Prompt: do you want to carry talents from the talent pool? After roughly calculating the time, you believe it must be Bairuoxiu. In an instant, you see a white-robed woman appear above the ruins of the Heavenly Profound Temple. After Bairuoxiu descends, she keeps a close eye on you, seeing through your cultivation level and knowing you are only at the 9th layer of the Mahayana realm. However, she feels a slight sense of threat from you. This makes her wary and unable to ignore you. You both stare at each other, falling into a standoff. Having watched multiple simulations, you habitually think Bairuoxiu will check if you are an immortal slave upon seeing you. Then, the plot would proceed from there. This situation was unexpected, but you quickly adapt. You decide to speak first, explaining that you are not an immortal slave, hoping to get closer to Bairuoxiu. However, as soon as you make a move, Bairuoxiu attacks you. You are shocked and instinctively defend yourself. Even though your immortal Dao has broken through and your combat power has increased, you are still suppressed by Bairuoxiu, who is at the 8th layer of Tribulation Crossing. You try to escape but can't, so you focus on avoiding critical hits. After a long time, you are bound and thrown to the ground. Bairuoxiu looks down at you, asking who you are. You smile bitterly. If you had known Bairuoxiu wouldn't kill you immediately and would just restrain you, you would have surrendered without resistance and avoided a beating. Of course, you didn't dare to gamble. Each simulation is different, and when Bairuoxiu suddenly attacked, you really thought she would kill you. That's why you resisted. Facing Bairuoxiu's questioning, you give the prepared explanation. You say you are a rogue cultivator who obtained an immortal Dao inheritance and are just resting here temporarily. You describe your encounter with Bairuoxiu as a coincidence. Bairuoxiu stares at you for a long time, then asks if you know about the past events in the southern regions. You know she sees your potential and wants to tell you about the southern regions past to use you to avenge her senior brother. But you already know more about those past events than she does. So, you nod and say that the immortal Dao inheritance you received contains records of those events. After thinking for a moment, you ask Bairuoxiu a question that has puzzled you for a long time.